All right. I think, we should start. First of all, obviously, to all speakers, to all professors, guests, commentators, welcome in Halle. We are very happy to meet you here and, to finally have this conference happening today. I'm Anna, just for everyone again, for your reference. If you have any questions with regard to whatsoever, then please come to me or to Robert, my colleague, who organized this event with me. First of all, we all would like to welcome Professor Dr. Stefan Wagner, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Law here at Martin Luther University. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome at the Martin Luther University Halle-Wittenberg. My name is Stefan Wagner. I'm currently the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Law and Economics, and I'm very glad today to open the 9th Young European Law Scholars Conference dealing with the EU's foreign and security policy, external trade and economic security. We are very happy to have you here with us in Halle. May I make some remarks about the Martin Luther University, so to say, the genius loci of this conference. Some call our alma mater the Harvard of the East. However, Wittenberg and Halle can both look back on a long history and tradition. The University of Wittenberg, the so-called Neue Korea, was founded in 1502 by the Elector of Saxony. Its most prominent scholar, of course, is Martin Luther, who started the Reformation there in 1517. In addition, Wittenberg found its way into world literature, as Shakespeare let Hamlet take up his studies in Wittenberg. The University of Halle, on the other hand, is a little bit younger. It was founded in 1694 by the Elector of Brandenburg and first king in Prussia. Halle is well known as an academic center of European enlightenment. It also played a crucial role in legal theory for all Europe as starting point of the usus modernus pandectata. The lingua franca then was Latin, of course, and not English yet. The fusion of both universities in 1817 was due to European geopolitics. Whereas Saxony was on the losing side, Prussia was on the winning and gained the territory of Wittenberg and the university. Foreign and security policy on a European level left its traces in the history of our university and our faculty. At the end, you are, with this conference, at a twin university, at a twin faculty, and the sun is since in the zodiac of Gemini, so I would say it's the right place at the right time for a conference to take place in legal theory about European foreign and security policy. I would like to thank all speakers, all guests, all organizers for making this conference possible. I wish you all the best, fruitful discussions, nice talks, also in the coffee breaks. Some say the coffee breaks are even more important, or the most important thing of a conference. And at the end, I wish you a very nice time, a good stay here in Halle. Have a great time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Wagner. And now we are going to turn to our keynote speaker for today, Lothar Ehring. Lothar Ehring is working at the DG Trade of the European Commission and was one of the main co-authors of the anti-coercion instrument. The floor is yours. Would you rather das oder?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And thank you especially to the organizers, Dr. Böttner, Ms. Kirchhoff, Professor Tietje, for inviting me and giving me the honor to speak before you as a keynote speaker. I can admit that I think that is the first time I am giving a keynote speech, but it's not the first keynote speech I have heard, and it's not the first keynote speech that you have heard, I'm sure. And if you think back, if we together think back about keynote speeches that we have heard in the past, I can think of 2 or 3 different types of keynote speeches. The most frequent, perhaps, is the conference dinner keynote speaker before dessert or the like. When you've had a meal, you're sitting at the comfortable dinner table with wine and water, or more formally in a conference setting. What I mean is not the form but the content, and a keynote speech which is nice and thoughtful but hardly interesting, because you don't learn anything in it, from it, that you don't already know. It is a textbook, conventional wisdom being recalled and nicely ordered chronologically or otherwise. At least I have heard several keynote speeches like that. Another type of keynote speech is the one that you remember forever, because it opened your eyes to something new or allowed you to understand something that you haven't so far understood, or one which, as the first type certainly doesn't do, makes a real contribution to the scholarly discipline in question, which normally every academic activity should achieve, no? Every conference paper, every conference presentation, every publication. Okay, maybe not every lecture in the auditorium before undergraduate students, but you understand what I mean. A recent very nice example, to which I will refer again later, in my view has very recently been presented at the annual meeting of the American Society of International Law, which you all know, even if perhaps you have not or not all been to those gatherings. And if so, that's not a problem, because it's all available online, as is the speech or keynote speech. Actually, they have several flagship speeches, and one, perhaps the preeminent one, is called the Hugo Grotius lecture, with which the conference is opened every year. And this year, in April, Professor Philip Sands from London gave that speech. If you don't know that speech yet, I recommend it to you very warmly. A very powerful speech about the state and future, possible future, of international law. Now, this year being my first attempt, I don't aim to fall into that second category. That would be overly ambitious. But I will do everything I can to not fall in the former category, because that would be a waste of your time and it would be a waste of my time. And we don't have time to waste, certainly not in international law, also not in economic security, whatever it is that we hold close to our heart. The title for me, I think, is the second part of the title of your conference, External Trade and Economic Security. That's how I will use it for myself. In passing, I cannot resist mentioning that your conference title has very stark tension in that one-liner, because it is EU foreign and security policy. I think that can only be the common foreign and security policy. The C word is missing, but FSP does not exist otherwise in EU law than in the CFSP. And trade policy, or the common commercial policy as it is called in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, is not part of the common foreign and security policy. Both are part, jointly, along with other areas like development policy, of what in EU law, under the EU treaties, is called external action of the European Union. The term foreign policy is an informal term which journalists, of course, use. I see it being used also in administration, in practice, but this is not, as far as I know, not an official formal term that exists in statutory texts. External action is that term, and there are these different parts. The CFSP is regulated in the Treaty on European Union. The other external actions are regulated in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. And myself, being active only in that part of the external action of the European Union, common commercial policy, I will focus on this, bearing in mind, however, what is ultra important and known to everybody like you, that of course the different external actions of the European Union all have to be applied and pursued consistently with another, and the objectives which are listed at the beginning of the Treaty on European Union are part and parcel of any external action, and therefore also of the common commercial policy. Although that's not necessary, but Articles 205, the first article in the part of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union on external action, recalls this, and again the last sentence in the first paragraph of Article 207, which is the common commercial policy, recalls that as well. So we can, of course, anchor all these things together and make sure that they are understood and applied consistently with another. In no area other than especially this term and wording of economic security is this as important as here. Let me also ask you very directly, but what is economic security? I was introduced as an official from the Directorate General for Trade of the European Commission. For a year and a few months, the Directorate General has a new name, which is Trade and Economic Security. So, as a service, a part of the European Commission, there is a valid question, a valid need of knowing what this actually means. You cannot have words in the title of your organization without a sufficiently clear understanding of what these terms mean. And believe it or not, that definition has still not been provided. These terms also more broadly outside the European Union, because obviously we're speaking about international trade policy, trade and investment, something much broader than just European Union. The whole world is a participant, and therefore this definitional question is one not owned by the European Union. But also outside the European Union, in scholarship, you find many attempts or many uses of this terminology, but I think a clear and precise understanding is still lacking. We also all know and understand immediately that had you asked 10 years ago what economic security means, you would have received a very different answer than today. At the time, possibly, you would have been referred to things like fighting poverty, guaranteeing income, housing. Definitions like that exist in the International Labour Organization, but that is, of course, not at all what we are talking about. Still, I think it's good to recall, you probably, like me, learned at school that definitions are neither wrong nor correct. They can be useful or not useful. But that is true for scientific definitions. You have a concept like time or distance, I don't know, and then you define it and you say this is what it is, and then that is what it is. Either that's useful in the reality or is not. In law, I don't think this rule applies when terms exist in some statutory language, because this is something you learned after school when you studied law, that legal terms, when they are not defined in the legislation, will be defined through interpretation. And that is something that has to be done correctly. So in this realm, correct and incorrect definitions do exist. But you are a little bit between the two when a term is to be defined authoritatively, not in a judgment, which has to follow the rules on interpretation, but in legislation itself. If you craft legislation, you are free to define in that statute. And then it is not about correct or wrong, it is about whatever you have defined it in. I think that for economic security, which is not a term in any international trade or investment treaty, at least not yet, I think we are somewhere in the middle between the two. It is about definitional freedom, yes, there's a lot of that, but I think it also is a question of making sense and like in legal definition when we interpret, being sufficiently rooted and premised in the wording and their meaning, their ordinary meaning, context, object, and purpose. If we do that, then I think we would be much closer to how economic security was understood like 10 years ago than the way it is today. Because if you just take the term economic, what does economic mean? Yeah, economic is the adjective of economy. What is the economy? Now, I'm not an economist, but my faint recollection is that the economy is the human activity about the production, distribution, consumption of goods, services, and capital assets. And then economic security. What does security mean? That's also a term we know. We have to be a little bit careful because there are languages in which security and safety are the same word, and then some where it's not. Some languages even have 3 different words, but they overlap. Yet security very clearly means, doesn't it, protection against harm. So if you put this security and this adjective economic together, then I think you are in a definition which would be guaranteeing. Obviously, we're speaking about state functions, the public law meaning, or public international law meaning. So governmental activities that aim to safeguard the ability of the economy to continue to provide for the goods and the services which humans need for survival, welfare, health, and so on. That's how I would define it, you know, and not only because I am insisting on terminology. I think these are important functions. A government is there for its people, for the residents of its territory, which may be citizens and non-citizens, plus the citizens that are abroad. Those are the human beings for which a government is primarily responsible for, and it has also, under human rights, positive obligations to protect, to provide for these human beings. And it would be a very important function of a government to make sure that there is no famine, there is no shortage in essential medicines, there is no shortage in clean water. And you know how important all these things are in very core parts of international law, international humanitarian law, for example, but also international human rights law, and certainly international economic law. And the regulation of international trade and investment has a part to play here. That's why I think this would be quite a useful understanding and definition. But, you know, to not lead you too much further into a direction which is not the one that you are working on according to the program of this conference, maybe also not the one that you are most interested in, I will now make a radical shift and turn to the understanding of economic security as we experience it around it, as we practice it, some of us, and how you analyze, describe, but perhaps also more than that, prescribe and recommend it. And then, of course, we get into something that is related to the subject of your conference, but we can also trace it back to a hard realization that years ago we thought that economic interdependence between different nations is one of the best ways to secure peace and economic prosperity simultaneously, competitiveness and all the rest. But then we realized how precisely the trade and the networks that connected us into interdependent economies, the energy pipelines, the vaccine production, the medicines, or microchip productions in concentrated locations only, or shipping lanes for that matter, to take a very recent example, that these were exactly no longer part of the protective shield, but being used as weapons willfully, or even where that did not happen, that these were the sources or promoters or accelerators of exogenous shocks based on natural disasters maybe, or a pandemic, or other disruptions, perhaps secondary spillover effects of armed conflict. And that is why today, in practice, economic security is understood inter alia as a bundle of policy interests that are being pursued in order to reduce this type of harm, to reduce dependencies and the ability of others to weaponize trade. So depending on which way you go, the subject I was introduced with, coercion, anti-coercion, either has something to do with economic security or has nothing to do with economic security. In my notion, it has nothing to do with economic security. If a US president threatens to impose import duties against European EU and non-EU countries their exports to the United States because those countries are cooperating with Denmark for the protection of Danish sovereignty over Greenland, then, yeah, there is a trade measure, so we have something economic, but it is not those import duties on European exports that are a threat to those core vital interests that I've mentioned. They are a threat to some portion of economic prosperity, export income. Every dollar matters, of course, for GDP, turnover of companies, profits, the income taxes, they contribute to the treasury for public policies. But it is not the real core of those economic security interests that are affected. Whereas in the other understanding, yeah, probably one can fit also the anti-coercion instrument in that, and for that reason, and because I can say a few things about it, I will return to the anti-coercion instrument later. There are also other recent examples, of course, that you all know. Legislation that already exists and is being reformed, or recently adopted new legislation, or proposed new legislation not yet adopted but already formally proposed by the European Commission in the European Union for either reforming existing legislation or creating new legislation. So those, and I will not distinguish now each time, and I will also not go into details on each of these policies, but rather mention them and then try to extract insights together with you from this and other things, because otherwise I risk boring you and myself with a descriptive, I'll mention the first one, foreign direct investment screening, our outward investment screening. The one exists, is recent at the EU level, the other one is probably future. We would stay, if I presented you content on these, we would really stay at the surface. Of course, one can go into details and then find analytically or scholarly interesting aspects, but not on all of those, in the minutes that remain. And I would fear that, also I would have to hope that you fall asleep of boredom before I fall myself asleep of boredom, because the latter would be far more embarrassing. So we have FDI screening, we have outward investment screening, we have export controls. That's of course also economic security, isn't it? Because yeah, it is economic, it is also security, because export controls aim to prevent others from building better, more effective weapons and possibly one day using them against you. If these are destination countries you don't trust sufficiently, that are not allies, then you are entitled under all trade agreements, including even the EU treaty. I hope you know or remember that the European Court of Justice early on made rulings also about the internal market, the exception in Article 36 on the free movement of goods, that this international security, in the sense between member states, is part of the term public security in Article 36. And this meant and means that member states are entitled to, or where, yeah, it's a little bit historic, so I don't know the latest in this respect. I mention it also because by today's standards and the degree of cooperation and also trust between member states, it's more difficult to imagine. But at the time, the ruling, black on white, meant that member states can impose these measures also against each other. All the more externally, that is then a question of competence. You may know that the European Union dual-use regulation is fairly recent. I think the first version is from the late 80s or something like that. So for decades, there was no EU-level legislation, but there was the free movement of goods internally, with the exception I mentioned, and there was the common commercial policy, which at the end of the transition period, so since 1970, I guess, was an exclusive competence, meaning also, which member states at the time would never have accepted. I don't know whether we are there today, but I can tell you that this is certainly our view and my view. I mention in passing that I speak here only in my personal capacity, not on behalf of the European Commission, but it's not excluded that I occasionally say things that are the official position of the Commission or of the collective of colleagues and myself who work in this area. And so our position would always have been that regulating dual-use exports is regulating exports, and regulating exports is regulating trade. And therefore, that is common commercial policy and exclusive policy. And member states have transferred entirely that policy to the European Union. So how come that in the absence of EU foreign trade legislation in this area, member states did and could continue to be active in this field? Again, we speak of exceptions because there are two regulations, the original versions of which date back to 1969 and 1970. They were, one was adopted last minute before the entry into force of the exclusivity. The other one, I think, weeks after, on imports and exports. And both had an exception, which was the Article 36, the internal free movement of goods exception, copied word by word as an exception from the prohibition which these regulations repeat on so-called quantitative restrictions, which probably means non-tariff restrictions, border restrictions, as we say in international trade law, on imports and exports, or even better, in GATT parlance, on importation and exportation. And dual-use export restrictions are, of course, such border, non-tariff restrictions on exportation. These exceptions, at the time, I have not been able to trace this historically, unfortunately. I would wish to one day still do that or be able to do that. It's difficult to find witnesses that are still alive and were involved at that period. It's a little bit too long ago to still find that today, in order to find out what did people actually think at the time. I'm not even sure the concept of exclusive competence was known and understood at the level of EU law at the time, because I think the first rulings are from the early 70s, fishery policies, and that was the UK Accession Act. And the common commercial policy as exclusive competence is what matters here for us, not fisheries policy. So did people, the drafters, the council, which adopted these regulations at the time as a legislator, did it have the intention to what we today call empower, which is return, the competence to the member states, which they otherwise would not have? Well, certainly these exceptions don't read that way. They don't say are hereby empowered. they also don't even read like constitutive legal provisions. They rather read like declaratory provisions, because they start, if I recall correctly, on words like nothing in this regulation prevents member states from. Yeah. Well, but we know that also in international treatments, language of nothing prevents is used for exceptions, does not necessarily always recall a right which must exist and has its source elsewhere. But the problem is that nothing in this regulation prevents. That gets you back to Article 1 of these regulations, where a prohibition on quantitative restrictions is codified. But even if you lift this one, you still have the competence barrier. But anyway, the Court of Justice has understood, and we today do understand these exceptions as empowerments of allowing member states to take action on the basis of these exceptions, with everything that comes with it. Not generous wide interpretation, burden of proof, and so on. There was a time when, with my doubts, trying to find out what was actually the historic origin, did the legislator at the time have a misunderstanding, thinking that this right exists already somewhere in the treaty and is merely being recalled. But the fact of the matter is that exception did not and does not exist in the treaty. The most related ones are, as I already mentioned, 36 on internal market, and then at the back end of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, we have two exceptions, 346 and 347, which are what we call security exceptions. But they also don't cover this. Why not? Because 346 is narrower than the dual-use control permitting exception in the WTO agreement. It only applies to weapons. Does not apply to other goods. And 347 is a narrow security exception of the last subtype in the WTO, also with narrower scope, because it does not apply in all situations of war or other emergency in international relations, but only in situations of war or serious, grave tensions amounting to a threat of war. That's a higher threshold. In any way, one that is completely unusable for export controls, which are peacetime, permanent measures that you don't apply only in crisis situations vis-à-vis those few countries, hopefully, with which you are in a international relations crisis, whatever the threshold should be. It was these exceptions which I was sometimes wondering, why are they there? Are they actually needed? Should one not ideally remove them? Because there's no justification for them. I have completely changed my view on this between us, but that's just my personal opinion as well as experience. And I believe that these exceptions are core, important, in order to allow member states to take action when they have to, and when they're not doing so, may well result in a breach of their, as member states, human rights obligations under their national constitutions, under their international human rights law obligations, and perhaps even EU-level positive obligations to protect human rights. Think back of the pandemic, face masks, not yet being restricted at EU level, but being scarce and being needed, and in the absence of which causing more deaths. Yeah? Health workers at the time, in the early weeks of the pandemic. A member state must be able in such a situation to restrict trade. We don't have to now go into details of EU internal trade as much as EU external trade. For these exceptions, we're speaking only about the external trade part, and the other one is then internal market, Article 36, where that exception exists in the same wording. Member states must be able to have that capability. If they don't have it, because they have handed over fully the competence for that regulation of international economic relations to the EU level, then I fear a clash, a constitutional clash, and you know from the well-known theories and different opinions and so on, how that clash is resolved when push comes to shove. At the end of the day, it is the member states' obligations under their constitutions that will be the stronger ones. So these exceptions give the space that is needed. As soon as the EU level takes action which is sufficient to protect life and health, let's say, that justification for member state action falls away, and we are all happy again. The exclusive competence is re-established, or recourse to that exception is no longer possible. But that's not the situation I have in mind. Okay, so I mentioned export controls. We went into quite a bit of detail, going well beyond dual use. There is, of course, also weapons trade, real weapons trade. There we have Article 346, of course. But those, when I studied, I still remember that these exceptions at the back end of the, at the time, EEC treaty, then EC treaty, were understood, at least by many member states, as carve-outs from the scope of application of the EU treaties. But that is now already overtaken by developments, jurisprudence. They are exceptions, and they have to be invoked in individual situations. These are not areas in which the rest of the treaty does not apply. On the contrary, weapons trade is trade, and the exportation or even cross-border movement of weapons is trade. When a nuclear submarine is being sold to another country, that is trade. But also without sale, that is trade. Just like a ship or a truck that crosses border with or without merchandise is international trade, because the truck is a good and the ship is a good. And the same is true for weapons of whatever form. So this falls under the common commercial policy. Is not the area in which now the focus lies for economic security, and therefore I will not go more deeply into it. But there's one more thing I want to mention in this context, which is another variable in this equation, which is a little bit difficult to manage, and that's the last sentence of Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Treaty on European Union. The sentence which says roughly that the national security is the sole responsibility of the member states. Well, you understand very well, one doesn't even have to be a lawyer, what sole responsibility means, right? It means that the European Union has no responsibility in this area. So this is a negative EU competence attribution. But what does national security mean? It cannot mean the same national security which is often an exception in a trade agreement. In fact, very often it does not say national security, but rather essential security. But national security, even in the WTO agreement, does pop up in various places. Whether that means anything different from essential security is far less certain. But I also do remember statements like the EU cannot invoke these provisions on national security because the European Union does not have a national security. To begin with, the European Union is not a nation. It is not a nation state, yeah? But again, here we come to that meaning of definitions I mentioned earlier. These are treaty terms. They are not defined in this statute or in other statutes. Of inferior level, that would also not be possible legally. And therefore, we have to interpret these words and find out what exactly they mean. Yeah? And so far, so good. I have not seen Article 4.2, last sentence, being used as a shield, as a barrier, and therefore I won't go further into it. But it is, of course, a important part of EU law, of common foreign security policy, I guess. National security does cover things that we know well, but this can also be very broad. But it certainly covers things like counter-espionage, yes, and certainly territorial integrity, military. Yeah, there we are certainly in hardcore member state competences. Moving back to more traditional trade areas, the disruptions and experiences of the last years, and now the growing concern with dependencies and possible weaponization has given rise to legislation of a type that didn't exist beforehand on supply chain resilience, raw materials, other resources, medicines, Critical Medicines Act, and these fall into that category, of both categories actually, of economic security. There is also the prevention of possible harm through interference that is technically possible through goods, which traditionally goods presented a threat in the importing country only from their physical characteristics. If a good was toxic or hazardous, yeah, that was a security or safety, rather, risk in the country of destination, whereas other things, labor conditions, environmental degradation, they stayed in the country of production. But at importation, it was enough to inspect a product, think of medicines, you look exactly what is the composition, is this healthy, is this dangerous, risky, and on that basis you either authorize the sale or not, and you typically do that on a completely non-discriminatory horizontal basis because origin does not matter, composition matters, whatever the origin. And now we have this growing number of products where the link to the factory abroad where the good was manufactured is not severed at the moment or even before importation when the good is put on a ship in the country of origin, but the product remains connected with somebody in the country of production or elsewhere who continues to have an ability to affect the functioning and even the need through software updates, maintenance done remotely, and the like. And these concerns today are mostly geographically related to towards the east, yeah, Russia, China. But I think it's very important that we keep in mind that these are objective factors, objective risks that don't necessarily have only one origin. Sabotage, terrorism can originate on your own domestic territory. And that is why it is completely reasonable to demand, and it is also an obligation of governmental authorities, to ensure that products are not safety and security hazards, because they can be turned into weapons, they can be paralyzed en masse. Think of inverters in electrical grids, where you don't even need to control the grid and inverters as a whole. It is enough to be able to destabilize the network by affecting just a small, very small portion of these products, and the whole network breaks down. So it is only legitimate and necessary to allow governments to take action there. We have to look at existing rules, existing exceptions in trade agreements with these new questions and new types of facts, which in the past could only have been imagined, and in the meantime we have gained practical experience, or at least we know more such cases of application. And we have to soundly interpret the rules that exist to these new circumstances. That's what you always do with existing legislation and new facts that arise. And it is only after doing this properly and well enough that you can at all answer the question whether new rules are needed, whether additional exceptions are needed. Many have jumped too quickly to the conclusion that there is a need for more exceptions, that there needs to be an exception to protect critical infrastructure, for example. Yes. Why do I say that? I'm not yet convinced by the need for such new exceptions. That's because, not because we can liberally invoke the security exception of trade agreements. As you know, there's only one country in the world, one member of the WTO, who believes that this exception is self-judging and non-justiciable. There used to be a couple more. Saudi Arabia, for example, the Russian Federation, yeah, and to their credit, one can say that these have given up that opinion and position and replaced it by 180 degrees the opposite position, which is the correct one, the only defendable one for the reasons you probably know well. There cannot be in an obligatory international treaty an exception that is self-judging and therefore renders all obligations in that treaty to which this exception applies equally non-binding, as this exception would be self-judging. And we already spoke a bit about parts of that exception. It just doesn't apply to what I just mentioned, except if you do two things. One would be to think that the purchase and use of these infrastructures to some extent is also used by your own armed forces, right? If you have a telecommunications network and you don't want 5G to be vulnerable to interference, then you could try to make the argument that the armed forces also use mobile communication networks. I'm not an expert in this area, but a priori I don't find that overly credible because, first of all, it is only very partial use, and the exception then would only be able to cover that small marginal partial use, but also because, as far as I understand, those armed forces, they have their own completely autonomous systems of communication. And so it's not that they won't be able to communicate with another anymore because the mobile network breaks down. And the other thing you can try is, some have done that a little bit in the literature, which, by the way, is completely behind the curve. Yes, I know whom I'm talking to. You are all young scholars. You are the future generation of scholars and academics in these areas. You have your own personal research interests, and that's only legitimate that you choose them as you like. But I can tell you that there is also a utility that you can respond to, and a need, namely to answer those questions that pose themselves for a number of years already. The 5G saga with Huawei being excluded from now on, this is not yesterday, you know? This is at least a 10-year-old story. And now try to find good scholarly analysis on the question of how to justify the exclusion of telecommunication networks products from one member state, and on what basis. It's completely underexposed. So that's why in the little that there is so far, and you could find, is that idea that the use and abuse of those products could then qualify as the use of implements of war in the situation of war. But again, that is, I think, not overly credible for peacetime use, which we are after. To slowly come to an end of my part, I want to not omit to say a few words about the anti-coercion instrument. I will not go into details of what coercion means, but you probably know that this has its source in customary international law, which is particularly challenging because by definition it is unwritten, so you don't have texts. There's very little by way of confirmation, no ILC draft articles in this area, but the ILC last year announced that it wants to work in, more broadly, the question of non-intervention. It's a very wide field, as you know, with many sub-elements, only one of which is coercion. But this non-intervention principle, the prohibition of interference in the reserved domain of other states, or also of the European Union, who we believe must have the same protection where it has been given and exercises competence. That is the premise, the international law breach, which allows the taking of countermeasures in response where needed. That is more traditional and better codified, customary international law, with interesting aspects, of course, because many, if not most, of these countermeasures would need a justification because they depart from international trade agreement obligations, and that gets us into a very interesting field, which we will not resolve today, of whether that is possible, because we are not speaking about an exception, a written exception inside the WTO treaty, but an unwritten exception in customary international law, and therefore outside the WTO agreement. So there are these very interesting questions of general international law, of interaction between different parts of international law, regime interaction. Maybe you remember that term. I was told recently that 20 years ago, regime interaction was a very hot topic. I believe that regime interaction is an even hotter topic today. Why so? And these are the last thoughts I want to share with you on this wider question. That is because I think there is a new frontier that we are yet to explore much better, and that is the interaction between international economic law, trade law, and human rights obligations. I alluded to several aspects of this already, but what I haven't yet mentioned is another underexposed question, namely to what extent the imposition of trade restricting measures like import tariffs, which are an indirect tax, just like a domestic internal indirect tax, with the only exception that it applies only to goods that are imported and not to all goods sold in the territory. The imposition of such a payment obligation on citizens, not all of which are foreigners, by the way, or foreign residents, because the importer is often a domestic resident. That imposition of a public law payment obligation must be understood as a limitation of fundamental rights or freedoms. But so far, nobody has made it to that very, in my view, trivial realization. One must also admit that doctrinally, this is a bit tricky, because in every regime, this is a little bit different. For the Germans amongst us, I think that the jurisprudence or scholarship distinguishes between direct taxes, indirect taxes. The former are protected by a property guarantee. The latter are not, but this doesn't really matter in Germany, because there is always a horizontal residual fundamental right which does cover also the latter, and non-discrimination, equal treatment applies supposedly also in this area. You may know that in international human rights catalogs, things are importantly different in that zone. Yeah? Not when it comes to the protection of life and health, but precisely here. But that is why property protection may be a bit wider in these also European ECHR contexts, or European. There are some differences, but there's just not enough practice and no body of conventional wisdom and accepted steps of verification for the constitutionality or legality of such restrictions, because trade policy measures inevitably, unless they are subsidies, yeah, which can also be a trade policy measure. And by the way, one which in these areas of economic security we should not discount. There is a very clear hierarchy of preference in trade agreements on different forms of governmental intervention, where the subsidy stands very high at the top. Then comes the tariff, the permitted tariff. Then comes the internal discrimination, and we are already in the red zone. And at the very end comes the intransparent gray area trade restriction. So before governments resort to the latter type and rely on an exception, which theoretically is possible, at least when we deal with the protection. I mentioned infrastructure before and didn't finish that thought. When we do deal with infrastructure that is essential for safeguarding survival and health, or prevention of health harm, yeah? Water, energy, food, essential medicines. Microchips, I'm less sure. Yes? Minerals, less sure. Cars, even less sure. It's not because ambulances are important for protecting health and life that you can say, or we can resort to the health exception for restriction in this area. So before taking discriminatory measures, at least governments which can afford that should, for reasons of good policy, because the subsidy is more efficient, cheaper for everybody economy-wide, and much more legal under international trade agreements. So subsidies are not limitations on property freedom or equality. Well, equality possibly, but not property and freedom, but the imposition of payment obligations are. And so this is something which I hope future research, but also practice if the cases come. Sometimes you have to wait for ages, decades, for obvious legal challenges that almost impose themselves to finally arrive in some courtroom, that we will then learn more and understand these areas better. Like in the last years, we have made enormous progress in understanding better, for example, the security exception. In closing, I want to say and show with the examples I have given, you know that some people say that international law is eroding, yes? I can't observe that yet at all. I think international law is still thriving, is still blooming and covering with a better understanding more and more areas. The problem is in enforcement. It is not in the existence and authority. And we should not too quickly speak of a crisis of international law, just like criminal lawyers would not convene for a conference and speak about the crisis of criminal law just because there is a flurry of bank robberies, yeah, or ATMs robberies, which has been a fashion a while ago. And this is exactly what Philip Sands said in his lecture recently, being as bold as to predict that the United States will come back to international law because it will realize that it is not half as powerful as it believes it is. He gave the example of the Iran war and explained very nicely in April who was on the back foot, whether it was Iran or whether it is the United States. So far he has been right, and let's see if he will be right more broadly. The future will tell. That we don't know for sure, but what we do know and can decide for ourselves is on which side of this effort we want to stand, in which direction we want to work, whether it is the participation in the dismantling of international law and reordering into something completely different just because the United States, inter alia, is not there as it has been over the last decades, or whether it is a call for resilience and upholding what we believe has worked well and we can make work even better in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ehring, for this really insightful and interesting speech. Just for organization, we will now have like a short break of, I would say, like 10 minutes, and then we will start off with like the first panel. All right. All right, welcome back. Now we are going to listen and discuss our first panel, the basics on economic security. And maybe first, obviously, we know that it's sometimes hard to squeeze everything about in 15 minutes, but it would be great if you could stick to the routine in order for everyone to have the same amount of time to present. And please, if you speak, just for all speakers, use the microphone over there, because this is important for our stream and for the camera and stuff. And then I think we can just start with Mr. Fechter, Jonas Fechter. He will be our first speaker. For a short introduction, he studied law in Berlin and in London and completed afterwards his legal clerkship at the Court of Appeal in Frankfurt am Main. And then he worked as a research assistant at a chair for public law with a special emphasis on administrative sciences, cultural and religious law of Professor Hinek Wisman in Münster. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I want to talk with you today about geoeconomic analysis of law. That's an idea that I came up with towards the end of my PhD. It's a theory in the making, so I'm very curious on what you're going to have to say about it later in the discussion. And I want to pursue this presentation in 3 steps. So first of all, I want to talk with you about the concept of geoeconomics. That's a buzzword that's been around for a while, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it, but I want to repeat some of the core tenets of geoeconomics and kind of shape it in the way I think about it. Then the second step is that I want to talk about economic analysis of law. That's a completely different thing in a way. It's about economic law, but I believe it can kind of serve as a blueprint for geoeconomic analysis of law, as the name already suggests. So am I well understood here? Okay, good. And then the third step is actually talking about geoeconomic analysis of law. So let's move on to the first part, to the concept of geoeconomics. So when we talk about the concept of geoeconomics, it's very helpful to give a brief history of the liberal international order, and thankfully Lothar covered a lot of it already, so I can make it brief. The liberal international order, that's a term from international relations theory, really took off really had its inception point at the end of the Cold War in about 1990, and we are all familiar with Francis Fukuyama's famous sentence that the end of history has arrived, and by that he meant that there's really no viable conceptual alternative to Western liberalism, and we all kind of believed that, and well, we found it differently later on. What is the liberal international order? Well, it's really all about political liberalism, but it's also about economic liberalism. And the economic principles of the liberal international order that are important for us here are about economic integration and efficiency, again, what Lothar covered earlier on. Economic integration is about making the market size larger. You integrate markets to a worldwide, ideally, market, and that yields efficient results because you don't have to produce everything for your own tiny market, but you can produce for the entire world and thus make processes more efficient. In order to facilitate that, the liberal international order and its proponents created a certain or a specific institutional setup, especially with international institutions such as famously the World Trade Organization, but also decentralized institutions such as international investment treaties, institutions and also regimes, as you say in international relations theory. And all of this process is kind of undergrid by the famous theory of David Ricardo of comparative advantages, which he developed towards the beginning of the 19th century or the end of the 18th century, I believe. And he argues that if countries focus on the things they can produce with a comparative advantage and trade for the rest, then the pie grows bigger and we are all wealthier, we all have more money. So for example, if a country like Germany is good in manufacturing or especially high-end engineering, then we should focus on that and trade for the rest, because it will yield a higher sort of profit margin for us and also for other countries. So it's a win-win kind of situation. All right. But arguably, and it seems from the first speech that this is a little bit contested, but we have all kind of observed a disintegration of this liberal international order, and that is because of certain geopolitical competition processes which became kind of visible already in 2010, maybe a little bit later. And there are a few points on there, for instance, the rise of China. Obviously not the rise of China itself, but the kind of processes and systematic challenges that this rise of China poses. The Ukraine war recently, the Iran war, but also, speaking from a Western point of view, internal processes such as Brexit and populism. This has led to institutional fragmentation, which is most visibly in the World Trade Organization, but with regard to the European Union, also when we think about Brexit, for instance. Now, there are theories in international relations scholarship that can kind of explain the inner mechanics of this process. And one very strong theory on this point is realism, or as it's called now, neoliberalism, neorealism. And realism is really the opposite of liberalism and institutionalism. Now, one important point is, I'm not saying that realism explains everything, it certainly doesn't, and it raises some eyebrows with some people, but it can capture some processes that I believe that we are currently observing. The core tenet of realism really is that the international system is an anarchical system. And anarchy in this sense means that there is no overarching government, no overarching structure that can enforce rights and treaties and rules and law, such as you have within the state monopoly in a government. And this fact leads to the process of security competition, because every country and every nation stands for itself in this theory. Because states can never be sure that other states are going to observe laws and are observing their rights, and therefore they have to make sure, a process of self-help, that they are secure themselves, that they have enough power. So the international system, from this point of view, is not one of cooperation, is not one where countries work together, but rather it's zero-sum game politics. It's not growing the pie together, it's about I have to win, because if you win, then I will lose. And this is obviously an inversion of the Ricardo model of international trade. So the focus is really hard power or state power, and state power comes in two forms: hard power, military power, economic power. That is obviously what we are going to focus on today, economic power, but also things like soft power, for instance, if you control like media markets like Instagram and TikTok, etc. All right. Now moving on to the concept of geoeconomics. The concept of geoeconomics is really just an extension of a theory of realism, right? It's state conflicts in the economic realm. The term was coined in 1990 by a scholar called Edward Lookwood from the United States, and he said, and this is a quote up there, "This neologism, geoeconomics, is the best term I can think of to describe the admixture of the logic of conflict with the methods of commerce, the logic of war in the grammar of commerce." So it's really about conflict, security competition with economic means. Not with military means, but with economic means. All right, so much for geoeconomics. Now moving on to the second part, I want to talk briefly about economic analysis of law and present it as a role model for geoeconomic analysis of law. Now, what are the fundamentals of economic analysis of law, or law and economics, as we say? The background, the intellectual background, is utilitarian philosophy. Jeremy Bentham is to be mentioned here. And in the economic realm, it's really about the focus on efficiency, making market processes more efficient, again, to provide the greatest benefit for the greatest amount of people. Now, there are different concepts to measure efficiency. I won't go into deep here. Pareto criterion, Kaldor-Hicks criterion, and those are criteria to kind of measure how efficient a law or a measure is. Importantly, you need a behavioral model to measure how human beings behave and whether the processes associated with them will be efficient. And the behavioral model, famously, is Homo economicus. Now, what is Homo economicus? Well, first of all, it's a methodologically individualist theory. We look at the individual. We look how the consumer acts. We look at how the taxpayer acts. We look at how every one of you acts. And then we assume that you act act in your own self-interest, you're not acting in the interest of somebody else, you're acting in your own interest, and you act rationally. You do not act irrationally, you pursue a different goal every day, but you do so rationally. Secondly, law and economics has different methodological aspects. It's not just about interpreting the law, it's also about analyzing the law. The first dimension would be the positive dimension. We simply look at the law from an outside perspective and ask ourselves whether the law yields efficient results. What will happen? It's essentially a forecasting process. It's not necessarily a legal process in the strict sense. But it also has a normative dimension. We ask whether a law, how the law should be changed, what the law ought to be like in order to yield those results that we want to have. And thirdly, you also have a statutory interpretation dimension. We can also, if we know that the law is there to yield efficient results, then we can use it as a measure to, or as an interpretative tool, and ask ourselves, how should the law be interpreted so that at the end of the day it will yield efficient results. Now you can critique all of that. I won't go deep into that because it's a large debate and we don't have much time for that. All right. Moving on to the last part, geo-economic analysis of law. Now I try to tie together the 2 points I've made before. How can we use economic analysis of law as a blueprint for a geo-economic analysis of law? Now let's start again with some of the fundamentals, and a lot of that will sound hopefully familiar to you now. What is the intellectual background of such a geo-economic analysis of law? Well, it's realist theory. It's geo-economic international relations theory. It's the focus on security, and especially in our context, economic security in an anarchic international system without any rules, so to speak. The concept of economic security, thankfully, this has already been covered by Lothar a lot. We don't really have a definition of it yet, also not in the political realm. We have some criteria set out, especially in the 2023 economic security strategy by the European Commission, where the European Commission sets out a few risks to economic security. So it's kind of an inductive definition, as it were: risks to resilient supply chains, risks to critical infrastructure, risks to technology security, and also weaponized interdependence. So those would be some of the kind of aspects. It's a bit blurry, but I think it suffices for now. Importantly, we need a new behavioral model. We can't use Homo economicus because we're not in a liberal economic setting here. We need a behavioral model for the, as I would call it, the geo-economic state. How does the geo-economic state act? First of all, we don't look at individuals. We don't look at how you would act, how an individual government official would act. We'd rather look at how states act, with the European Union obviously being a difficult case. As you mentioned, the European Union isn't a state, but it's certainly not just an institution like the World Trade Organization. It's something in between. Again, we could go into that a little deeper, but I will refrain from that in the interest of everyone. But how does the state, the geo-economic state, act? And the actions of the state, in my opinion, would actually be very similar to Homo economicus. The geo-economic state acts out of self-interest and rationally. Doesn't mean he always acts like that, and in fact, a lot of governments do not act like that, but in the model, the geo-economic state acts like that. And what are the self-interests of the geo-economic states? It's not about growing the economy. It's about power and security, and also economic security. Now, of course, part of that can be that you want to grow your economy to have more influence, but it's not just about providing more healthcare services for your citizens, etc. It's about making sure you control the economy to the maximum point you can, controlling choke points in economic networks and the like. So the focus is not on growing the pie for everyone, it's about relative gains. If you win, I lose, so I do win so that you lose. That's the theory. I know it's not a nice theory, but that would be kind of, and I'm not saying that all legislation at the end of the day should just do that, but it's a theory that helps us to kind of factor in those geo-economic aspects. So security interests override economic interests in this model. My last point, what are the methodological aspects of geo-economic analysis of law? Well, they are quite similar actually to law and economics. We also have a positive dimension. We can just ask ourselves from this point of view, from this background, how do certain laws behave, or what results do they yield from this geoeconomic point of view? We can do that with, obvious examples such as investment screening. Does it strengthen the economic security of the European Union and the member states, or does it not? But, and that's an important point, it's not limited to geoeconomic instruments. You can apply that, just as law and economics, to just every instrument, or as Daniel Dresner would have said, everything is now about national security. Let's take an obvious example, the AI Act. The AI Act is, at its core, I would say, about fundamental rights in the AI era. There's some other aspects, but that's the fundamental point. But we can, so it's not a geoeconomic instrument, at least not the focus of it. But we can ask ourselves from a geoeconomic point of view, what does it do from a geoeconomic point of view? Does it strengthen the economic security of the European Union? Some would argue yes, maybe. Some would argue, well, it actually overregulates and therefore could potentially hamper the ability of European companies to compete with, let's say, Chinese, Indian, and American companies in the AI sector. Secondly, normative dimension. We can ask ourselves, from the geoeconomic state point of view, how should we improve the law? Well, we just have a review of the investment screening regulations, so that could be a part of it. And then lastly, statutory interpretation. Once we have established that a certain instrument, you can only do that with geoeconomic instruments really, is about strengthening the economic security of the European Union, such as investment screening, we can actually use those tools to interpret the key legal terms. Let's take, for instance, security and public order and investment screening law. And we have a very old definition of the European Court of Justice for security and public order. In my humble opinion, I think it's a defunct definition for investment screening, and it's also not, from a legal point of view, in my opinion, necessary to transfer it to this new term. Instead, we should look at it from a geoeconomic point of view and an economic security point of view and reinterpret that term. And by the way, it's also a little bit of a different term, it's security and public order, so that would also be a reason. Anyways, we don't have time for the critique now, but I'm very much looking forward to, well, first of all, the other presentations, but then secondly, also to your comments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonas. Our next speaker is going to be Pielpa Ollikainen from the Eri Kastrin Institute of the University of Helsinki. And she's a doctoral researcher there, and her research interests mainly focus on environmental law of the EU, access to information rules, and environmental democracy in the EU. Yeah, we're looking forward for your presentation.
All right, thank you very much for the kind introduction, as well as the possibility to be here today on this panel to talk to you. I'm very excited and also a little bit nervous. Now, my intervention today is going to be based on a draft article I'm working on titled EU Policy Between Economic Coercion and Persuasion, Threading the Needle. In this intervention today, as well as in the article, I want to focus on the legal definition of economic coercion in the anti-coercion instrument, to which I will be referring to as the acquis from here on out. And I want to contrast this with EU environmental policy that extends EU regulatory requirements beyond EU borders. And to this end, I'll use the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or the CBAM, as an example. The article, as well as my intervention today, also revolves around the broader rubric of the EU's understanding and legal position on trade-related leverage. Now, by trade-related leverage, I generally mean EU attempts to use trade-related measures in order to induce a change in either third country policy or in the manner in which third country actors conduct their business outside the EU. I think these two legal instruments, so the acquis and the CBAM, reveal two different views that the EU holds on trade-related leverage and, more generally, economic interdependence, which is what facilitates that leverage. The acquis portrays interdependence and leverage negatively, with the EU as its target, whereas the CBAM and EU environmental law more generally portray or harness interdependence toward positive ends, at least from the EU's perspective. I should also note that my angle of entry here is an international, or at least a transnational one, as I'm more interested in how these developments fit in the broader rubric of international law, rather than adopting a purely internal EU perspective. Now, I'll first lay out the Aki definition of economic coercion and how I see that the EU seems to understand it. Then, I'll juxtapose that stance to the EU's attempts to influence third country actors through the CBAM. Rather than approaching this as a question of compliance with international law, although that is an interesting and important question, as you all know, the Treaty on European Union commits the EU to strict observance as well as development of international law, I instead want to do something a little bit different. I want to look at how congruent the EU position is between these two instruments. My contention is that once we subject the ALKI and CBAM to thorough scrutiny and look at how they fit with one another under international law, we find incongruence. And actually, I'm going to propose that rather than seeking to then make them coherent, we should first embrace parochialism in examining the EU's legal position on economic coercion, because this results, if not in a better, then at least a different understanding of legal developments. Now, this in turn requires downplaying law as an emanation of justice and legitimacy, and instead emphasizing its strategic utility in distributing burdens and benefits between different actors. Ultimately, I think this helps in determining what stance we as lawyers, as the audience of these developments, want to adopt on how wanted those developments are and how we come to understand them. So first, what is economic coercion? The AKI defines this as a situation in which a third country applies or threatens to apply a third country measure affecting trade or investment in order to prevent or obtain the cessation, modification, or adoption of a particular act by the Union or its member states. For the sake of convenience, I'll simply refer to the Union from here on out. Coercion is channeled through EU private actors. It affects their profits and business and investment opportunities. Coercion imposes costs on legitimate use of policy space and hampers the exercise of governmental authority independently. The EU holds that economic coercion is contrary to international law, and more specifically, to the principle of non-intervention. Now, if we are to reconstrue the EU's legal argument here, as a matter of legal argument, this ostensibly means that the third state is attempting to influence the EU on choices that ought to remain free by virtue of the principle of state sovereignty, as put by the International Court of Justice in the Nicaragua versus US case. Now, this is generally taken to refer to the concept of the domaine réservé. In doctrine, this concept can be understood in two ways. Either as an area that is wholly untouched by international obligation and defined in a purely residual negative way, or in a sphere in which a state maintains discretion even though it has assumed certain international obligations on that subject matter on the whole. I note that the EU also states in the AKI impact assessment that its World Trade Organization obligations do not touch upon the question of coercion, right? Coercion as a matter of customary international law. So in other words, the EU attempts to divorce the infringement of non-intervention from international trade law. This, in essence, to me means that for the EU, the understanding of the domaine réservé is that second option, right? Discretion. Now, I note with interest that in that very same impact assessment, the EU also makes a distinction between economic coercion and permitted forms of influence. This, to me, is the first clue that the EU is by no means willing to relinquish its own trade-related leverage. This kind of leverage, as I intimated earlier, is very common in EU environmental legislation. Many EU regulations in that field include what is known in scholarship as territorial extension, so the inclusion of an extraterritorial component which conditions the conduct of actors outside EU borders. For example, the CBAM puts in place market entry conditions that are determined by conduct outside the territory to which EU law applies. This is very deliberate. What the EU is trying to do is influence third state actors as well as third state governments to decarbonize, right? You find this intention on the face of the regulation itself. For the EU, this is legitimate. I take no stance on that right now, but for these states that are so targeted, that influence can easily be as unwanted and as economically harmful as economic coercion is now for the EU. It also perhaps does not come as a surprise that the EU also considers that the CBAM is fully in compliance with international law as it holds for the acquis, as well as actions to be taken potentially under that instrument. So this to me means two things. The CBAM first is compatible with international trade law, even though it has been wildly disputed on that front. And second, it is not an infringement of the principle of non-intervention. This kind of influencing is economic persuasion. It is not economic coercion. However, in order to distinguish between economic persuasion and coercion, the CBAM then logically, as a matter of argument, has to target something that is outside third states' sovereign discretion. And I think the EU is very conscious of both the need to make this demarcation as well as its difficulty. To this end, the acquis definition also includes that when the EU assesses whether there is economic coercion that targets it or the member states, it has to pay attention to whether the third state tries to tackle a legitimate concern that is internationally recognized. Coincidentally, this is how the EU justifies the extraterritorial reach of its environmental policy. The CBAM, as well as other notable examples such as the Aviation Directive, which was very controversial, are presented as attempts to tackle common concerns, notably here, climate change. So to me, the inclusion of this aspect in the acquis definition of coercion is also an attempt to shield EU environmental policy and make that delineation between persuasion and coercion stick. Now, as you may hear already from my demeanor, I do not find this particularly convincing as a matter of coherent legal argument. If the EU can reserve itself some sovereign discretion that's independent from its international trade obligations, so too would I think that third states can reserve similar discretion in responding to common concerns. Trying to make that persuasion coercion delineation coherent reaches the end of its limit here, as an explanation. However, this is not necessarily the end of the story, right? Strict observance of international law as well as its developments. And we've heard that now there are indeed developments that perhaps call for developing international law. Non-intervention is a notoriously indeterminate norm, and the acquis can also then be seen as an attempt to develop that norm. Here, the crucial question will be what the wider audience of states and lawyers makes of the EU's assertions on this front. And here, I think one absolutely has to view the EU as self-serving in order to be able to say whether its legal stance is a welcome development of non-intervention. And to this end, I note with interest that the EU's position on economic coercion is actually reminiscent of that of the Global South, originally articulated during the push for a new international economic order. That was a redistributive agenda pushed through the auspices of the General Assembly. Its purpose was to correct systemic injustice and thereby alleviate the position of the Global South. However, I am not convinced that this is the manner in which the EU is now approaching economic coercion. It instead seems to me that the acquis is not a departure from the kind of economic interdependence that has been beneficial for the EU. Rather, it is an attempt to actually shield the EU from the unwanted effects of that interdependence now that they have arrived at its door. To this end, I also note that the CBAM, as well as other examples of environmental legislation that have an extraterritorial component, are accused of being neocolonial or imperialistic. So, it appears to me that indeed the acquis is an attempt to retain as much of the gain, so that is status, resources, authority, that interdependence has brought the EU now that these are threatened by geopolitical strife. And in that task, legal argument is extremely prevalent and extremely useful, because it allows actors to transform their parochial interests and pursuits into what is ostensibly a fact that we can all then presumingly agree on. This is a task in which I think law is as ubiquitous as it is in any discourse of justice. However, such gains must be defended, and it's in that continuous struggle that strategic openings present themselves. I think the EU, as I explained before, in defining economic coercion, has been aware of this strategic opportunity for contestation. And it seems to me that for anyone trying to contest or even appraise legal developments, being able to spot those openings is crucial, because they allow for opening another avenue to articulating how such developments are good and for whom. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, the last speaker of our first panel is Dr. or PhD Xiaoyu Shi. She completed her dissertation in China, and she's currently a postgraduate student at the Case Western Reserve University or in the US. And she's working at the Southwest University of Political Science and Law in Chongqing in China, and is currently a visiting researcher at our chair of Professor Dr. Christian Tietje. Yeah, very welcome here in Halle, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished professors, guests, and friends. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my paper at this Young European Law Scholars Conference. And my paper examines European Union's anti-coercion instrument, the ACI, as a legal response to economic weaponization. And here I will just show you this introductory remarks, because this ACI instrument entered into a forced adult moment when economic security has been one of the EU's concerns. The background is the growing use of economic pressure in international relations. As we can recall, the China-Lithuanian disputes, the Russians' energy pressure, and early US tariff threats over France's digital service tax, they all resemble this kind of similar structural problem. And even in early 2026, the EU has been urged to consider the using of this unused instrument as a response measures to tariff threats by US presidents over the Greenland. We can see from here. Okay, sorry. I mistakenly attached something on this screen. Okay. But it's okay. Can you guys see this? Can you help me with this? Sorry. I'm sorry for this one.
Next slide.
No, this one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And so, some European officials characterize this kind of tariff threats like as a potentially coercive threats or use of tariff against European members. So the guiding problem right now is the international law lacks a general threshold for economic coercion. And so states increasingly use market access financial markets, like export controls, investment screening, technology choke points, and supply chain dependence to influence another state's sovereign choice. So we can see the ACI is therefore best understood as a response to weaponized interdependence, which is the use of economic dependence to shape another state's legally protected choice. And yet, international law does not offer a single and very settled threshold for economic coercion, and ACI is situated in this international gray area. And here I want to propose for my main questions for my paper. So where do the legitimacy boundaries of unilateral counter instruments such as ACI lie? I don't want to analyze from a simple lawful or unlawful binary. Instead, I use from this perspective a continuum of legitimacy tied to the strict doctrine of countermeasures. In this paper, I will mainly analyze the countermeasures from the International Law Commission's draft articles on the responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts. Later on, I will just refer to ASEVA. And here I make 3 analytical moves. And first one, I will examine the EU's institutional design. And the second one, I will identify economic coercion as a functional threshold. And third one, I will test each union response under international law, mainly is under the ASEVA. Okay, now we can see from here is the ACI institutional move. It's from shielding to deterrence. As we can see from the timeline, in 1996, the European Union has already adopted the blocking regulations as a shielding to the US extraterritoriality legal frameworks. And here we can see 2021, ACI has been proposed, and right in 2023, it has been entered into force. But in the future use, we have to, make a very thoughtful consideration about how to discipline the response from the EU side. And from the ACI's Article 1 or Point 2, we can see it's very clearly that the ACI is designed to deterrence, not for retaliation. And here in its legal design, the dialogue and negotiation comes first. The union response measures are supposed to be adopted as a last resort. So this sequencing matters because ACI is meant just for to bring the coercing state back to the legal path, not for retaliation. And also the Article 8 of ACI provide a very broad response options, such as tariff measures, procurement measures, investment restrictions, service restrictions, intellectual property measures, and financial service measures. And it covers with a lot of it covers with very broad option. This broad option really gives the ACI more deterrent value. At the same time, it creates some central risk. And this risk, I will talk more in how it shows in its attempt to institutionalize a collective response to coercion. And here we can see the ACI is situated and with its legal basis in Article 207 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union with Common Commercial Policy. So this choice actually is constitutionally very significant. It means that union addresses a geopolitical phenomenon into a legal architecture of with supranational architecture of trade law, rather than only through the common foreign security policy. It also matters because coercion may target one member state while operating through trade or investment channels that may affect the union as a whole. And it is very persuasive if that coercion targets against one member state, may, depending on its that design and the effects, threaten the internal market of the European Union or weaken the credibility of the common commercial policy, or even impair the union's capacity to protect the member state autonomy. In that sense, the ACI transforms a national pressure point into a union-level legal concern. So this institutional transformation also requires a more precise method of legal assessment. So later on, I'm going to examine more on economic coercion side. As we can see from this slide, economic coercion is just a gateway concept. It does not itself as complete as a legal justification. Because pressure alone is not illegality, international relations often involve with a lot of pressures and bargaining power and competition too. Sometimes the state may withdraw a voluntary tariff, a voluntary benefit, adjust market access without committing an internationally wrongful act. The legal concern is therefore more specific. So whether a state is being forced to give up a choice protected by international law, that is the point I said is the surrender of a legally protected choice. In similar terms, economic coercion sometimes may force a state either to do what the coercing state wants or stop doing what the coercing state dislikes. And Article 2 of the ACI reflects this structure, and because the EU does not treat every unfriendly economic pressure as unlawful coercion, the Commission and the Council assess qualitatively and quantitatively with the factors such as seriousness, intensity, frequency, breadth, impact on sovereignty, and whether the third state has a legitimate international concern. So it actually combines with three elements. The first one, whether it has economic merit. And the second one, it is whether it has the coercive purpose. And the third one, whether it interferes with the sovereign choice of the member states or the union itself. This resembles a very classical non-intervention theory. It is useful as a trigger for the ACI procedure because economic coercion is a fundamental meaning. In this sense, International Court of Justice judgment in Nicaragua is still the key starting point for assessing and understanding unlawful intervention. The court made it very clear that intervention becomes prohibited when it is coercive. And when it interferes with choice that should remain within states' own freedom, such as political system and economic system or international relations. At the same time, the case does not mean that every form of economic pressure can automatically amount to unlawful intervention. Moreover, as I said in this key implication, the EU's funding or economic pressure under EU law does not automatically prove that the other state has committed an internationally wrongful act. So this gap between EU law and international law requires a more structured assessment. And in this paper, I propose with 7 steps for this union responsive measures. So at first, it's very necessary to identify the concrete URE measures because sometimes it can be retortion, it can be unlawful countermeasures, and sit in the middle is the countermeasures. And we have to assess with a more strict standard. Countermeasures are otherwise unlawful acts whose lawfulness may be precluded only under strict conditions. And in this part, the collective dimensions is especially difficult. So we can see from this slide, Article 48 or ASEVA allows non-injured state to invoke responsibility for certain serious breaches owed to a wider group. But it does not clearly say that the non-injured state has a right to adopt countermeasures. And Article 54 leaves this open by referring only to lawful measures without identifying what the measures could be and when they are permitted or what limits apply. So this is the gray area in which the ACI becomes legally interesting. To adopt the legally union responsive measures, so it should be satisfied with the criteria with attribution, injury, purpose, and necessity. In this sense, the ACI does not erase uncertainty surrounding collective countermeasures, but it may be understood as a regional attempt to manage the uncertainty through institutional procedures and legal constraints. As I put it on the third point, says the ACI operates at the boundary between EU institutional law and international responsibility. So I think the ACI's answer is best to presumed as a continuum of a justification. So 3 hard questions follow. Since we have very limited time, I will just briefly talk. The first one is attribution. Because ACI's definition of economic coercion covers informal, disguised, and silent coercion, that will require legal proof to connect that behavior to the state, not by just politically dislike. And the second one is the injury. So the question of collective injury is more complicated. If the prohibition of intervention protects a collective interest, potentially of an ominous character, so the EU has a strong basis for responding on behalf of the targeted member states. If coercion targets a policy choice of union itself, the EU has a more standing. So if it targets against the member state, I think the EU must explain, whether it satisfies with the EU interest, whether it affects EU trade competence. And third one is the WTO law, because sometimes where the EU response itself breaches WTO obligation. So the general countermeasure requirements under ASEVA cannot simply bypass DSU Article 23 and the special structure of WTO dispute settlement. So the lex specialists cannot be ignored when we look into the ACI itself. And so the last one is the conditional continuum. This is why I frame the legitimacy of ACI is conditional. It bases on whether when EU takes the union responsive measures, whether it can clearly show there's wrongful coercion and attribution is established or union interest explained. This way, I want to show more like the legitimacy does not collapse because EU response. It collapses when the response exceeds its justification. So it's better to assess from the perspective of the continuum of legitimacy. And here I have 3 conclusion parts. The first one is economic coercion is a gateway concept, not a complete legal justification. It helps identify the conduct that may activate the ACI, but itself does not answer the international question. And second is ACI's novelty says and lies in institutional defense through trade law procedure. It turns a geopolitical problem into a legal design. And so the third one is my strongest defense of the ACI is its conditional justification. It needs to fulfill the wrongful coercion, legal injury, necessity, proportionality, and review. And at last, I want to say the ACI's promise definitely is not to create coercive counterpressure, but its promise lies in imposing legal discipline on defensive action. And thank you very much for your attention. I'm very open for any comments and critiques. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the comment of Professor Dr. Christian Tietje. He holds the chair on public law, European law, and international public law, and also the current Germany chair on EU value-oriented neighborhood and trade policy. Afterwards, we will have room for discussion and questions, and maybe we can also use the chance to include some questions to Lothar Ehring with regard to his keynote speech, if there is room for that, or if there are open questions. All right.
Thank you very much, and also welcome from my side. Very happy to be here, reading and listening to such fascinating presentations on topics we have a very common interest in. I try to be very quick, which is not due to the presenters, but due to the time restrictions, and hopefully then the possibility really to discuss also with Lothar some of the issues we have raised here. So first on the presentation by Jonas Fechter on geoeconomic analysis of law, an interesting approach coming from this idea of geoeconomics over economic security to economic analysis of law and putting all this together in kind of a methodology. But I have certain doubts, if I may say. That's the idea of making a comment. First of all, please allow me, and don't get me wrong, to just add that it was, of course, not Ludwig who introduced the notion of geoeconomics in 1990. He only put together what has been written for a long time already. Arthur Dix in 1925 is the main work in this regard. And then, of course, we have even more famously today in the literature Albert Hirschman on national power and the structure of foreign trade of 1945 that has laid down this power-oriented approach towards what we, and as Dix already in 1925 said, are calling geoeconomics. So it's not at all a new phenomenon. It came up and went away over the times, of course, after World War I, in the 1920s, after World War II, and then in the Cold War, and now it comes back, all for different geopolitical reasons that then turn into geoeconomic considerations. But the main question in this regard is really first of all, that's the history. Secondly, I think what is necessary to explain is what is exactly the relationship between geoeconomics and economic security, because the explicit underlying rationale of all the instruments we are discussing, maybe not ACI, but many other legal instruments of the European Union, is not geoeconomics, but it's economic security. as it was discussed also by Lothar Ehring this morning. So maybe that should be clarified. What is the relationship between geoeconomics and economic security? Further on, I think it's necessary to go a bit deeper into economic analysis of law, because the basic idea that was presented in the paper, that is homo economicus and taking this over to the state, is not what economic analysis of the law is doing anymore. Richard Posner explicitly left this behind himself and put other considerations in addition to the old hardliner position, so to speak, of homo economicus in his more recent considerations. And then finally, the main question that occurs is, how does that, what has been presented, fit into the methodology of interpreting the law, let's say under Article 31 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties? What are we doing? You are, if I may address you, you are saying explicitly geoeconomics is a telos of many laws. If it's the telos, then we are in aim and purpose and in a classical means of interpretation. What is new, if I may ask in this regard, if we are just, we are putting some additional value maybe into aim and purpose, as we do it with other issues as well. We do it with any global and public good we have, and so on. But what is new? Is it an additional tool in our toolbox on methodology for interpreting? Is it only something we use under aim and purpose, which then is the applicable methodology? What is it? Is it? I'm skeptical, because I think it's just an additional argument under the idea of looking at the telos, of the idea of the legislator on why he did this, and that's what we always do while interpreting the law. And because there's, of course, a certain, let's say, danger in applying geoeconomic analysis of law. One could, please allow me if I say it this way, come to the idea that this is a big, beautiful justification for anything while interpreting the law, which of course you're not saying, but at least one should discuss. Secondly, Philippa Ollikainen, very interesting paper on, let's say, interference with versus non-intervention. We are interfering, whereas on the other side we are saying non-intervention. That was basically the idea of your paper. I think it's an interesting idea to put, you were talking about trade-based leverage. I would rather use the more common notion of Brussels effect, which is what you mean, if I understand correctly, which is a famous book on the Brussels effect. So are we essentially doing, the European Union, doing by the Brussels effect the same we are trying to prevent by the ACI? That's an interesting question, intellectually. However, I think it doesn't fit. And the main point for this is that if we look at, for example, CBAM, which you took as an example on the one side, and ACI interests on the other, we have a fundamental difference, and that is under CBAM and other instruments as well, we are trying to protect a global public good, whereas under ACI, and that is the very notion of non-intervention and countermeasure with regard to non-intervention, we are protecting a core sovereignty interest by definition, because non-intervention or intervention only applies if we do have a domaine reservé issue. Yeah? And CBAM and other issues of Brussels effect, let's say, always, I would say, tackle a global public good in this regard. And the question then, of course, is on extraterritoriality, and is that coercion having the Brussels effect with regard to those instruments, yes or no? But again, it's to be discussed under totally different perspectives. And one sees that if we look at Article 20 and the jurisprudence on justification with regard to extraterritorial measures, which is also an issue for CBAM, if it then comes to a final decision sometimes. As we all know, extraterritoriality under Article 20 is, let's say, possible once there is a global common good at stake, but it's certainly not if it's exclusively on a domaine réservé sovereignty issue. And that makes a legal difference if we want or no. But again, I think the idea you had is fascinating. We just need to be cautious, so to speak, not to mix up everything in this regard. There are minor issues. For example, I would be also cautious to use aggressive unilateralism in this regard, because it's a term that has been exclusively designed in the 1970s with regard to Section 301 by the US. But are we really, for the US, we are back in aggressive unilateralism. But I would be more than hesitant to apply this for EU instruments in this regard. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Now we have some time for questions and discussion. So, yeah, are there any questions? Who would like to go first? Yes.
I don't have to go first. I've already spoken far too much today, but I'm happy to break the ice, and I will limit myself to the most important things I have to say. So that's why, with apologies, Jonas, I will not have any comments to you. I find your theory extremely interesting, and bearing in mind the constructive criticism which Christian Titi gave you, you should and would hopefully continue your endeavor of a new perspective, which I'm sure will be interesting in some way, at least. Now, on the two other presentations, thank you so much. This was fascinating for me to listen. I will not now, go into everything, because we would be here for the rest of the afternoon, and also others should intervene on this. But on your take, Xiaoyu, I think you have identified accurately very core questions and difficulties. I will use a slightly different term, which I think is quite essential in this, unfortunately, indeed too blurry area of international law, namely, as of when does influence, to use a loose term, over other countries in their reserved domain amount to coercion and therefore intervention that is illegal. The Court of Justice in Nicaragua has contributed nothing that is helpful. On the contrary, I mean, there are other parts, even on that, there are other parts of the ruling also, but on this, there are some parts that are useful, but on this, it is, I would say, counterproductive rather than helpful. And unfortunately, much of the very vast literature of many decades is not a lot better, but there are exceptions, and I think they give the most convincing answer, and it is, on the one hand, Marko Milanovic in his Agile paper, and on the other hand, it is, what's her name again, who wrote that paper from Chatham House on cyber operations and the principle of non-intervention. Name will come back to me immediately, but she's, in my view, the other author who has done even more rigorous work of going through all the material and understanding it for the first time much better and convincingly. I'll use Milanovic's terminology because he is outstandingly pedagogic and persuasive. He delimits the zone between talk, which is never illegal intervention, and force, which is the zone in which there is no debate anymore, where always intervention was unlawful, but where the intervention ban is no longer of interest, because we have a ban on the use of force that does not depend anymore on what you use force for, and it is therefore only below the threshold of the use of force that the ban on intervention still has a independent importance. And he applies to draw the line what he calls a severity threshold, or a threshold of sufficient severity. And the ICJ also tried to get there without answering it at all. Milanovic does. We in the anti-coercion instrument try to answer that. I admit that the bar is a little bit lower in the ACI than in Milanovic's theory, and all that is yet to be determined in quantitative terms. There are these descriptive parameters that some of which you have mentioned, and that is where the answer is to be found to this question you have rightly posed: is any withdrawal of a trade benefit coupled with a demand for policy change, which you're not entitled to demand otherwise, is that immediately coercion? We know that it isn't when it is reciprocal tariff concessions that you demand, right? You give a trade advantage for a trade advantage, and you may also threaten the withdrawal of a trade advantage so far given without being obliged to do so if the other side does not. But there's a logic of even hardball commercial negotiations, and there is a limit beyond, and that is, I think, a limit we still have to identify and also agree on, internationally, of course, but even internally. And I will not go into more details of policies that exist in the European Union, which are also incentives coupled with policy change in the GSP area and so on. And I don't want to comment on that, but that is where this question must be resolved. Whereas third-party countermeasures, you are in good company. Miles Jackson and Federica Padeu have written repeatedly on this, and so have Reus and Silvestre, understanding the EU's response to coercion against the member states. Think Denmark without the others, or just all the others, but they're all member states. This was member state action only, sending soldiers, no EU policy at stake, and then the EU intervening with a countermeasure. They understand that as collective countermeasure. We don't, for two reasons. One, the breach of non-intervention is not an erga omnes breach. Nobody argues this. It's a bilateral breach only, and therefore one has to, in our view, understand, but this gets very complicated and I won't go into it, understand EU and member states as overlapping, territorially for sure, but also in their sovereign rights as overlapping levels of sovereignty. I think Samantha Besson is the most interesting theorist on this question. She goes a lot further though, because for her any regional international organization counts, whereas one can also be more modest but still include the European Union as not just an international organization but a state-like actor in limited fields which should not suddenly no longer be protected by the ban on intervention just because member states have transferred these powers. Pielpa, now you also are in excellent company. You have used good language. I will add a bit, although you've used imperialism already. So coercion, EU is coercing other countries through deforestation policies, CBAM, or regulatory imperialism, right? That's a more powerful term. I don't espouse it than Brussels effect. But in my view, what is necessary is a rigorous analysis of where the boundaries exactly are. You have to apply, after understanding it correctly, and that is a challenge in itself, the international customary law, the rules on the limitation of the exercise of sovereignty. And there, I'll give you now my theory, and it's not only mine, but in my view it's the correct one. When the EU prohibits the sale and importation at most, so nothing outside its territory, a customs inspector never takes action outside the territory, and nor is anything prohibited outside. Prescriptive jurisdiction is not being exercised extraterritorially when it is prohibited to bring into the territory and sell there products that have not been manufactured in a way that respects forests, labor, or the climate. And therefore, Siban, you used the word induce. Christian, you used Brussels effect. But Brussels effect is completely voluntary. This is other countries, without having to do so, copying legislation so that the products produced there by default are more universally sellable. So it is not extraterritorial exercise of territorial sovereignty. And all it does, it conditions the right of selling a product inside your territory on a private actor, namely the producer, not the foreign government. It's not foreign legislation that needs to be adopted. It is a factory abroad that needs to comply with certain standards if it wants to sell something on our territory. That is, in my view, a precise description of what is going on, and then you have to apply this to the prism which you have correctly understood. And lastly, like you, I think that indeed the EU has joined the Global South in the theory, and not just the EU, also the United States. It's a bit weird to say this today, but if we go back one administration and the C2, the G7 declarations in Hiroshima, where also United States and others were on board of denouncing coercion and interference in internal affairs. This is exactly the language of the Global South in the United Nations over decades, with the North disagreeing. But does that mean that we are coming together? No, it doesn't, but for no good reason.
So I think you wanted to add something.
Yeah, just like to clarify that I didn't comment on Xiao's paper because Lothar is in the room and the more specialist on ACI. However, in addition to what Lothar said, I think it's important with regard to your paper to say first, it is very helpful to highlight that it is, of course, substance, but even more the procedure that is so important. Legitimacy by procedure, Niklas Luhmann, I think is an issue here, at least, and therefore it's helpful to have a non-EU person analyzing the ACI from an external perspective. It gives legitimacy in policy sense to the instruments next to all the hardcore legal aspects Lothar also mentioned. And the second aspect I think is very important, which you raised but you're not answering it, is what is geoeconomics, what is economic security, foreign policy or trade? As we all know, it's under the trade competence, the ACI, but you are discussing it in your paper. How far can we go with regard to reference to trade if we go into policy? That's an interesting question, so to speak, in a broader sense on all the issues of geoeconomics, economic security we are currently discussing. And finally, of course, as you put a lot of emphasis on legitimacy, the question, but to be honest, we discussed that before. Can legitimacy outweigh legality? That's, of course, the big question then.
Thank you. So, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Julian Uhlenbusch from Free University. And I would have two things. First, it's more of a comment, but let's say it like that. And I would also highly support, or not highly, but also try to support Pilpa concerning the Brussels effect. As a disclaimer, that's also my research topic in my PhD. And I would not say that the CBAM is part of the Brussels effect. Might be like an add-on, like interrelates with the Brussels effect, but it's a totally different channel, and you can say it's a Brussels effect in a further sense, but then it loses its analytical value, and that's why I found it highly interesting, because it opens another perspective on this, yeah, let's say legal, and you should speak of a territorial extension after Joanne Scott, I would say, and how this adds up, and then we get kind of a matrix on how to evaluate this from legal terms with extraterritoriality, territorial extension, and so on. And yeah, I really like that. And also maybe on the Global South perspective, I would have a question if you maybe thought about like some procedural solutions, how we could do here. Professor Weiss is also sitting here, and you could maybe say, yeah, make at least better consultations, and at least maybe give them some time like to prepare and add on yeah, the process, if it's something like the CBAM, or even totally yeah, create something new. And I would be highly interested if you have like some ideas how to resolve that. And then to Jonas, it goes also in kind of the same direction. I would yeah, the interpretation part also something that's really interesting, how you can really introduce it into interpretation. That's a really good point of Professor Teacher, I thought, but I was also interested in how you, from the law interpretation, how you can maybe implement it in the lawmaking process. If you thought about that, like, have you thought about like institutional procedural consequences? Those are my two questions then. Thank you.
You had a question.
Hi, I'm Cornelia Furculiță. So since I, together with Professor Weiss, also been researching the anti-coercion instrument, I had actually two questions for you. So first, Pilpa, I was actually wondering whether in your research, maybe you also look at other instruments, not necessarily the CBAM, because as well as Professor Tietty, I think in that case you could argue, for example, there is the public good, while there might be other instances in which maybe the justification for alleged EU coercion is not that strong. For example, might be another case, the GSP Plus scheme, which could be potentially also be perceived as another instance, yeah? With respect to the threshold, because everyone is agreeing here that there is no currently established standard, I was actually thinking, while also doing research, whether the EU, by tabling these instruments, setting a precedent, and also now we see other countries that look into adopting similar instruments, aren't in fact establishing right now, or that we have an incipient custom. So could it be that the instrument itself will help with establishing the custom and influence actually public international law in the future? Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question on legal interpretation, and I think this was also the point you made. So I think it's very important to differentiate between the different sort of methodological dimensions of, you know, economic theory of law, but also a potentially future geoeconomic analysis of law. And I think this was also your criticism and your worry that, you know, you said at some point that maybe at the end of the day you can do anything with it. And I think in order not to do anything with it, we really have to, if we use it or if you use geoeconomics as an interpretive tool, we really first of all have to analyze whether the law is actually about geoeconomics. And I would argue, for instance, with investment screening that wasn't so clear at the beginning, because for a very long time the legal text still doesn't say much about geoeconomics, but also the legal documents didn't say anything about it, right? The legislative documents, etc., didn't say much. There are a few comments now, but not very, I would say, very sort of holistic, but it's definitely moving into that direction. So that is, in a sense, very classical legal interpretation. It's just what we always do, yes, what we always do in a sense. But if we say, therefore, we don't need it, then we could also say, why do we need economic analysis of law? And in fact, I believe some of those criticisms are exactly what economic analysis of law also faced in the beginning of just, why do we need it? We can just look at an individual act and then say, well, if this act is about making market processes more efficient, then, well, we can just use normal legal interpretation for it. And in a sense, that's correct, but in a sense, it's not correct if we have a phenomenon that is kind of overarching, which kind of comprises, in my opinion, a lot of legal acts, not just investment screening, but also potentially the anti-coercion instrument, foreign subsidies regulation, etc., export controls, now sanctions. And if you want to kind of have an overarching telos, as it were, then I think it's very helpful to have a unifying theory, which of course doesn't prevent us from still looking at the individual act and making sure we are not just taking a broad brush. And I would actually agree on that criticism, because that is what happens very often with economic analysis of law, that you don't really look at the text so much. You just say, well, it's about efficiency, so we make it all about efficiency and we don't care about the actual statute anymore. That being said, that's just one dimension, right? I mean, in Germany, we are very much focused on legal interpretation of a specific legal text, but you can do other things with the law, right? You can look at it more from a sociological perspective. That's what the Americans tend to do. That's what the British tend to do, and others, I'm sure, as well. And you can ask yourself, well, is this really a meaningful law? Does it really do what we want it to do? Or in fact, well, maybe it does what it wants to do, but it's it's very much countering other interests we have, such as geoeconomic interests. And I would say that's still a valid dimension of law, but it's not something that the courts can do, right? A court, for example, analyzing the AI Act, a court cannot say, well, it's all about geoeconomics, because it's not, right? But we can still, from a legally scholarly point of view, still say, well, this act, for instance, is countering our attempts to become more economically secure. So I think it's really about making sure that you're in the right category and in the right dimension.
Okay, well, thank you for the very interesting comments and questions. As the first one, I'll take what should be done about the position of the Global South within the remit of these EU environmental leverage instruments. Well, there I think slowly but surely, or not even that slowly, the consensus, at least in scholarship, is that if the EU does indeed want to influence, particularly in the remit of climate obligations, then it has to pay full heed to the Global South's understanding of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities, particularly when it comes to least developed countries and small island developing states. Now that is at least a sort of bottom line, lowest threshold level of consensus that has been reached, is that perhaps you should provide an exemption for those countries from these instruments. Because the EU for them is a huge, export market. A large percentage of their GDP is simply for the EU market, and they suffer a huge brunt from these instruments as well as climate change. So you could argue that there is a sort of cumulative injustice now being met by these countries. And I think that's something that the EU should take seriously if it really wants to use trade leverage in order to respond to common concerns. Now, actually, I'd like to take that opportunity in terms of responding to common concerns to address the issue of, okay, there is a stark difference between responding to common concerns and then other kinds of influence. I agree. Yet, that does not get us to the question of how to respond to these common concerns. And I think that's the more important and interesting question. The question is not whether to respond to common concerns, but how to respond to them. And in that sense, the key, to me at least, is the question of what are the consequences of the approach that we adopt? I've been interested, and I have actually looked at other environmental leverage instruments in that regard, and I think there's an interesting question there in terms of how much of the kinds of concerns about a level playing field and competitiveness and so on are actually perpetuated and engendered by the choice of the instruments that we are using to respond to these concerns, right? Would it, in some sense, not be more simple, at least hedging aside the question of political feasibility, to simply agree that we should phase out fossil fuels? Does that not get us potentially to a different path? So I would like to sort of see more options in terms of how we respond to this in that sense. And then if I may still hold on to the microphone for a bit and address the question about whether there is an incipient custom. I think that is an interesting question, and in some sense, yes, there probably is. But I think forming that custom is something, of course, that the EU cannot do alone. As you know, customary international law is formed by us looking at state practice and opinio juris. Now, it seems to me that that is largely a task for us lawyers to do and to articulate, right? But the heteronomous system that is international law also, of course, means that the EU cannot do it by itself, and it can't guard, or at least it can't control what other states make of its assertions. And that's kind of what I was interested in exploring in the paper that I presented.
Okay, I think today I'm the most benefited from this seminar because I heard so many feedbacks, not only from Professor Titian and also from Dr. Yering. I think it's so important for me because when I'm writing this ACI anti-corruption instrument, the main concern is that the world right now, because international relations are so connected, more and more countries that are imposing or adopting this kind of instrument. So I want to discuss more, but at the same time, I totally agree with both of their comments that I missed some hardcore questions. I think I need to really dive deeper into how to define the legitimacy and how to say under geo-economic and what is intertwined. But for my paper, I think I need to revise a lot according to their advices, especially for when you point out to the different papers, and for me, I have been reading this, not only Angelina's and the Milan Noik, and so the Paduan's writings, they are very beneficial. I think that's really shed light to me for to have a future revision. And due to the time limitation, I'll just give this microphone to Anna.
So I think, was there another question before? Somewhere? Yes? Of course.
Hi, I'm Caroline from Göttingen University here in Germany. I have a question to Jonas. So when I was listening to your presentation, I was wondering if we look at law from a solely geo-economic perspective, where does the human come into play? So how can we tackle human rights obligations, for example, if we look at the law from a geo-economic perspective? Because I think you mentioned something about that the incentive to states to look at law from a geo-economic perspective are things like power and economic security and whatever. But I think that there is sort of a gap with the actual humans and the human rights obligations that might come into play with law as well. So I was just wondering how,
A very good question. I think I begin to realize that some of the things that seem to be clear in my mind may not have been clear while I presented it. So I think the important thing is realist and geo-economic theory is just one slice of reality, right? There are many more realities, and an important one, and maybe an even more important one, certainly in my opinion, is human rights, right? The EU should care about human rights. Germany should care about human rights. In fact, I think it's more important to act in a way that protects human rights than just think about security. I absolutely agree with you. But there's also one other side to reality. It's not only about human rights, it's and not only about environmental rights, even though those are extremely important, but it's also about security. And I think for a very long time in Europe and in Germany, we were very complacent because we simply assumed that the international system is secure, and we didn't really reflect too much on the fact that, you know, there was a big brother in Washington protecting us for a long time. So what I do with this theory, or what I want to propose with this method, is we also have to look at the slice of reality that is about security, right? And only in that regard, states act in that way. So the reality is cumulative, right? States do this, states do that, states do other things. But one thing they also do is care about security, and they do more and more do so, right? We have witnessed that over the past 10 years. And only when we look at that piece of the cake, I think geoeconomic analysis of law can be helpful, keeping in mind that we also have other pieces of reality that we need to care about. If we take, again, economic analysis of law, and that is why I believe it's so important or so helpful to take that example, we all know that individuals do not always act rationally and out of self-interest, right? And I think that also goes back to Professor Titia's criticism. Of course, Homo economicus is not a reality. It's never been there. There's not a single human being that is a Homo economicus. And we have a vast amount of literature on that. It's behavioral economics. You all do not act rationally. Kahneman and Tversky wrote a lot about that. But as a model, it is helpful because we also act economically rational. We do not act all the time irrationally. Sometimes we do act rationally. And it's a helpful model, a model being a simplification of reality, not the fullness of reality. All right? So human rights are important, that's what I want to say. Is there some other question, or?
Only if nobody wants to quickly throw in the name, which I couldn't find quickly enough when I wanted to express it, Harit Moynihan. And I want to give credit to her because I think that is done too seldom. For her really masterful work, also in other areas of international law, like aid and assistance to wrongful acts. So who wants to say something next? But otherwise, just a comment on custom. Very fair points. Obviously, custom can be created only jointly. And you all know, I fear, this unresolved conundrum of what exactly is state practice, opinio juris, is the practice also opinio juris, and vice versa, that we will not resolve now if it hasn't been resolved by the scholars over so many decades. But you know, I do take the point, at least that's how I would put it also, that the EU going out there, the G7 going out there, that is either opinio juris or practice. It would be practice if there is action under the ACI one day, that should count. And now comes a word of warning. I am worried because how many cases have we seen recently where economic coercion happened and it was called out as such and rejected as being unlawful under international law for that reason. If that is not happening and no action is taken on that basis, what does that do to customary international law?
All right, I think we have time for like one more quick question, if there is any. Well, if not, then we can obviously continue the discussion during our coffee break. Yeah, I would say we continue at 4:30, right? All right. So, okay, not everyone's seated yet. Yeah, we're now going to proceed with our second panel, requirements for international trade. And our first speaker will be Dr. Cornelia Furculita. She's a lecturer at Moldova State University and completed her PhD thesis at the German University of Administrative Science in Speyer. Where she also has been a postdoctoral researcher for 2 years, and her research focuses mainly on international trade law, international dispute settlement, and EU trade policy. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have been already introduced. So today I will present the paper entitled Open, Sustainable and Assertive Trade Policy, No More. So where from did I take the 3 adjectives? From the 2021 Trade Policy Review, of course. The Trade Policy Review announced that the Commission would pursue an open, sustainable, assertive trade policy, and in my paper I tried to look at some instances to see whether that motto is still the one fit for the reality. So first of all, what open means, according to the Trade Policy Review, it means that Commission with its trade policy will still stay committed to open and fair trade and will continue reaping the benefits of international rules-based trade order, although trying also to pursue the WTO reform. It also promised that its trade policy is going to promote green sustainability, a green transition, favor globalization based on the EU's Green Deal package, and for that, it promised and already adopted the CBAM and the EUDR. Finally, it promised to more assertively defend its interests from external economic coercion and unfair trade practices, and more assertively enforce its trade rights. And as our colleagues already told us, the anti-coercion instrument, as promised, was already adopted, plus the Commission adopted some other instruments, such as the Forest Subsidies Regulation, the International Procurement Instrument, and so on and so forth. Since 2021, as all of you commonly know, the context has considerably worsened. I wouldn't say completely shifted, because some of the old concerns are still there, like climate change, digital transformation, global uncertainty, and geopolitical tension. The 2021 Trade Policy Review, of course, was adopted in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis, which fortunately is still not in place. However, if we look at the geopolitical context, it worsened considerably with the Russian war, the second term of US President Trump, including threatening with tariffs, and not only, potentially also with force, to buy Greenland, and the EU being in the position to protect itself. So the global context has eroded further, and the question arises whether the motto of open, sustainable, assertive trade policy is still the one fit for the context. To answer this question, in my paper, I look especially into highly publicized actions and agreements, especially adopted or taken in the past year, that question maybe this motto. And in order to answer the question, I look at actions and agreements from a multilateral perspective, then bilateral perspective, and finally conclude. So the first agreement that I looked into from a multilateral perspective is the Turnberry deal. So in April 2025, the US administration announced reciprocal tariffs, and after a row of reciprocal threats to impose further tariffs, in August 2025, the US and EU reached the Turnberry deal in Scotland, which is called deal because it can hardly be called an agreement due to the fact that it's not an agreement per se. Still, the parties engaged and promised the EU on its side to lower its tariff on all industrial goods to zero, to offer preferential market access for certain seafood and agricultural products, and also made some procurement and investment commitments. The US, on the other hand, simply promised not to raise their tariffs higher than 15% on most of EU goods, cars included. Since the parties offered to each other more preferential treatment than the treatment offered to third parties, the agreement clearly breaches the most favored nation principle enshrined in Article 1.1 of the GATT, unless it is justified under Article 24 GATT. That allows parties to sign free trade agreements. However, even some of the EU officials themselves, even the INTA committee, has conceded that the temporary deal does not comply with the Article 24 conditions. Why so? Because first of all, Article 24.8b requires parties to eliminate substantially all the duties and other restrictive regulations of commerce on substantially all the trade, which, however, in case of the temporary deal cannot be the case due to the fact that it's very much unilateral, with the EU lowering its tariff and the US actually maintaining, or even we could say if comparing to the pre-reciprocal tariffs level, actually having higher tariffs of 15%. Furthermore, in order for a measure to be justified under Article 24 GATT, according to the jurisprudence, the tariffs should be necessary for the formation of the FTA. Clearly, a 15% tariff was not necessary for the formation of an FTA. As I could say, we could even say that the temporary deal is rolling back on the members' rights, which cannot be justified. Some have tried to argue that the temporary deal could be considered as an interim agreement. However, for that, Article 24 prescribes that there should be a plan or schedule leading to the formation of an FTA, which has not happened. And lastly, as a final argument, Article 24.4, which does not establish an obligation per se, informs the interpretation of the rest of the paragraphs of Article 24 and talks about voluntary agreements. So some could even argue that temporary deal might not even be a voluntary agreement, considering the level of coercion exercised on it. However, we have seen the EU having an anti-coercion instrument and not using it, so maybe the EU itself didn't perceive it as coercion. Another instance from a multilateral perspective that I look into is the EU MFN reform proposal. Of course, some could say the EU MFN reform proposal is very much in line with what has been promised. The Commission said that it's going to pursue WTO reform. It's also going to act more assertively in defending its right, and it will do so with the EU MFN reform proposal. However, this proposal came right after the US one, seemingly supporting the US narrative. And some might even say that the MFN is a bedrock principle, and challenging the FTA, the MFN principle, might be perceived as challenging the WTO itself, especially if we do not look at the MFN reform proposal like separately, but if we look at it together with the Turnberry deal. So the two parties that signed the Turnberry deal that actually doesn't clearly violate the MFN principle also want to reform the MFN principle. The US has been claiming that the MFN has been constantly breached by other countries. So some could say that maybe there is a clear subsequent practice which could be certainly a means of interpretation according to public international rules. However, of course, subsequent practice cannot completely modify a rule, plus there needs to be the practice needs to be accepted by all parties, at least accepted, which the WTO documents show that it's clearly not the case. So when assessed together with the Turnberry deal, the EU MFN reform proposal could also be perceived as contradicting the EU's commitment to openness, and also potentially also the assertiveness, since, as we said, the anti-coercion instrument was not used, and instead, in case of the Turnberry deal, instead of using the anti-coercion instrument, the EU preferred to sign the deal. From a bilateral perspective, I have been looking at especially at the enforcement of TSD commitments. So in the 2022 TSD review, it was promised that the TSD enforcement, which traditionally takes separately through cooperative mechanisms, will be aligned further with the general dispute settlement mechanism. And if we look at some agreements like EU-New Zealand and EU-Australia, which are agreements signed with like-minded parties, that is indeed the case. So TSD disputes, trade and sustainable development disputes, are going to be subject to the same general dispute settlement mechanism as other FTA disputes. However, if you look into other agreements, such as EU-Mercosur, the EU-Mercosur adopts the same cooperative mechanism that has been traditionally included by the EU in its agreements prior to the 2022 TSD review. If you look into EU-India agreement, we could even say that not only the EU has failed to adopt a more ambitious approach, it actually backtracked on its promise and has included only consultations at different levels in case of TSD disputes. So what we see here that the EU has been pretty much flexible and very open to sign different bilateral agreements. Also, if we look into the 2022 TSD review, the Commission said that it's going to make use of essential elements clause as a basis for sanctions, which allow the parties, in case of a violation of a provision that is seen as essential to the accomplishment of the object or purpose of the treaty, and in that case, the termination or partial suspension of the treaty is allowed. And indeed, the EU has been included essential elements clauses since the EU-UK agreement, especially with respect to the Paris Agreement, and particularly when acts and omissions could materially defeat the object and purpose of the Paris Agreement. The EU-Australia also includes as an essential clause the violation of ILO Fundamental Convention, and we see that in case of these agreements, indeed, the essential elements clauses have been used, and once again, these agreements are signed with like-minded partners. In EU-Mercosur case, there is indeed an essential elements clause with respect to Paris Agreement, but it only mentions that each party shall remain a party in good faith. So it does not address the implementation in good faith of the Paris Agreement. And if we look into the EU-India agreement, there is no essential elements clause whatsoever, be it with respect to climate or labor commitments. So once again, the EU has adopted a very flexible approach with respect to free trade agreements, depending on the partners that it has been concluded agreements with. Finally, from my perspective, I think the EU should not only follow with what it has promised to do, but it also should not adopt or include some mechanisms that could undermine what it has already done. From that perspective, I have been looking also into bilateral rebalancing mechanisms, which are mechanisms included in EU free trade agreements, and not only, that allow the imposition of temporary remedies in case of nullification or impairment of a party's right, even without a violation, and in case a temporary mutually satisfactory adjustment has not been agreed between the parties. This mechanism has also been included in EU-UK agreement. However, in that case, it was a specific case, given the regulatory similarity between the parties and high standards. So in fact, in that case, the mechanism had the purpose to safeguard that high standard. The WTO has also the possibility to, or intrenched the possibility for the WTO members to make use of the non-violation claims since the GATT 1947. But in that case, the non-violation claims are possible only against unforeseeable measures that could have not been expected when the agreement was concluded. If we look, however, into other agreements, for example, the EU-Mercosur agreement, it enshrines the possibility to make use of non-violation claims, or so-called the bilateral rebalancing mechanism, including against measures that are defined as potential legislation that has not been fully implemented at the conclusion of the negotiations, potentially also targeted CBAM and the EUDR. So it could be that simply by imposing these measures, even without violating FTA rules, the EU could be subject to either paying a compensation to Mercosur parties or to actually be the subject of some trade remedies or sanctions from the Mercosur countries. What is also interesting to see is that after the EU-Mercosur agreement, the same rebalancing mechanisms can be found in EU-India free trade agreement. So apparently it also inspired other parties to look into including the same mechanism in their agreements. However, at least in case of the EU-India FTA, the definition of measure is not as broad in case of Mercosur agreement, and it's likely to be interpreted as in case of the WTO law. So it's probably, and as it seems, the WTO interpretations are also going to be applicable with respect to EU-India norms, and it's likely to cover only foreseeable measures. So at least with respect to CBAM and EUDR, maybe it will not affect. However, it could also be a mechanism that could be used with respect to potential future instruments that were not foreseeable. So to conclude, at least in the recent year, and of course the instances that I presented today are not the sole ones, do not fully achieve what was initially promised, since if we look at some instances solely, like for example the EU, Australia, or solely at the UMFN reform, it might be perceived as actually following with the promise. However, if we analyze them all together, some aspects are more questionable, like the multilateral openness is questionable, but we see an increased bilateral openness. It also, I think, it sends the message internally and externally that EU is ready to renounce some of its commitments, like, for example, commitment to sustainability, or to more assertively enforce its sustainability rights, have been actually so renounced in favor to be able to reach agreements, considering the geopolitical context. Of course, it is to be analyzed against that. So some could say that the EU has found a new flexibility. Some could perceive it as lack of decisiveness and being more assertive in defending its traditional values. Of course, that is also without regard with respect to EU's commitment towards multilateralism under its constitutional treaties, but that has been out of scope of my paper. So to conclude, I would say that the motto, open, sustainable, and assertively, no longer fits the reality, at least in the past year. So maybe, or perhaps it's time for a new one. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Robert Richter. He's a PhD candidate at the chair of Professor Tietje, and he's also a research associate there, and his research mostly focuses on international law, international economic law, especially European law, and especially also economic security in public international law. So we're looking forward for your presentation.
Yes. Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you for hosting me at this conference. Exactly, I want to talk today a little bit more about the Turnberry deal. We already have heard a little bit about that, but I want to expand a little bit on that, and its implications for the EU's external trade policy. To begin with, well, any discussion about recent EU-US trade relations must start with this picture. You probably remember the scene when the United States President announced sweeping tariffs in an elaborate ceremony in the White House Rose Garden, setting a baseline tariff rate of 10% on imports from all US trading partners, and with additional duties being levied on individual countries based on their respective bilateral goods trade deficit. This was really a massive shift in US tariff policy and led not only to crash in the stock market, but also, probably more importantly, to turmoil in the bond market, which then quickly led the US to provisionally suspend the tariffs, at least for 90 deals, with President Trump announcing he wanted to have time to negotiate trade deals. As modest as he is, he claimed he wanted to achieve 90 deals in 90 days. Well, of course, negotiating a comprehensive trade agreement in 90 days is not possible. So, as Cornelia already mentioned, the Turnberry deal really is not a trade agreement, but rather a deal, a political understanding on how to proceed forward in the bilateral trade policy. It was agreed upon, let's say it like this, in President Trump's golf resort in Scotland in July of last year. With this famous picture where EU Commission and US administration officials met and agreed on how to proceed forward. At first, it was not really clear what was agreed upon, but in August then some details became clear when a joint statement was published, which, Cornelia already mentioned this, said that the EU was about to eliminate all tariffs on US originating industrial goods, and the US on its part committed to impose a tariff rate ceiling on 15% on nearly all EU imports. As I mentioned, this is not a binding trade agreement, and hence its implementation into EU law did not follow the procedure for international trade agreement under 218 TFEU, but rather it was unilaterally, the EU's commitments were unilaterally implemented, or are about to, they are not, implementation is not quite finished yet, via the ordinary legislative procedure. So the Commission published a proposal, Council and Parliament adopted a position, and recently the interinstitutional negotiations concluded with an agreement, and as luck would have it, just this week, a vote was held in the Parliament plenary with a large majority of 440 approving it. So now Council still needs to formally adopt it, and then it is set to become law. Hence, I think it is worth looking at the deal a little more closely and at its compatibility with WTO and also EU law. Starting with WTO law, I don't want to repeat too much. It is a clear violation of the GATT's most favored nation principle, and Cornelia already mentioned this as well. We cannot really justify it under Article 24 GATT because substantially all the trade requires really reciprocal liberalization, and here we have a very one-sided liberalization only on part of the European Union, not at all on part of the US. In fact, the tariffs are rising from a pre-existing MFN tariffs. This is, I think, the main issue here, or the other issues with Article 24 that we've already heard about add to this. Therefore, this justification really doesn't work. Another option is to look at the security exception, and actually this is what was mentioned in the Parliament position, where in its Amendment 6, the Parliament said that because of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, it is imperative for the Union to maintain and further strengthen its partnership with a key ally at the time when such relations are of critical importance, and therefore this measure is justified under Article 21 GATT. Now, in the final text of the regulation proposal, this Parliament position was not totally adopted. The reference to Article 21 is a little more veiled, but it still refers in Recital 1 to the threat to the Union's essential security interests. So I think we can still clearly see that Article 21 is the relevant norm that the EU is at least alluding to here. So what is the EU arguing under Article 21? Well, it is essentially arguing that the EU made trade concessions to the United States in order to buy the continued security and defense cooperation with the United States, making a bad trade deal in order to have good defense cooperation. Can we justify this under Article 21 as the EU seems to argue here? Well, at least it is a very unorthodox understanding of Article 21 because looking at the text, one could of course say the Russian invasion in Ukraine, it is of course an emergency in international relations. However, the term relations really implies a relational state of affairs here between the country invoking the measure and the country at the receiving end. And here it is not clear why the Russian invasion of Ukraine is an emergency in international relations between the EU and any other third country except for the US. This doesn't really make sense. Furthermore, I would argue that the term protection itself requires a defensive operational relationship. We cannot equate protection with the procurement of protection, because if we were to do so, Article 21 would in essence justify any preferential arrangement framed in geopolitical terms, and this is clearly not the aim of Article 21. Therefore, we can see the most favored nation principle violation cannot be justified either under Article 24 or under Article 21 GATT. So we have a clear violation of WTO law. Turning then to the compatibility with EU law, I want to address two issues. There are a few more, but my time is limited, so I just want to address one procedural issue and one substantive issue. Starting with the procedural issue, as I mentioned, the special procedure for international trade agreements set out in 218 TFEU was not followed for this agreement. This, of course, is only consequential as this is not a binding trade agreement. However, for non-binding instruments, since the ECJ's judgment in the Swiss MOU case, we have an established procedure for the cooperation between Council and Commission. No Parliament participation is required there until now, which is a separate problem, but we could say in this case that this can be disregarded because the ordinary legislative procedure was followed, so Parliament was fully able to participate in the lawmaking. However, I would argue that Parliament was only able to participate in the implementation of the deal, not in the negotiation and the conclusion of the deal. In essence, the European Commission concluded a deal with the United States, which was not binding, and then said to Parliament, now you have to enact the commitments we have made. I want to at least pose the question whether this is not hollowing out the Parliament prerogative to reject trade deals under Article 216.6 TFEU. Because, of course, Parliament could reject this deal, But if you read what the speeches of the parliamentarians in the EU Parliament, you could really see that a lot of them were agreeing to this very reluctantly, because the EU Commission has put a lot of pressure on the parliamentarians to agree to this deal. And in the end, they said to themselves, well, this deal was already made, we have no choice but to approve it. And this, I would say, goes at least against the spirit of the Article 218 TFEU. Turning then to a substantive issue, which I also want to take a look at, which is the relationship between WTO law and EU law. As we know, Article 216.2 TFEU requires the European Union to obey international law. For WTO law, this has always been seen a little more loosely, as the ECJ has not accorded WTO law direct effect, arguing that EU organs need scope of maneuver to negotiate within the WTO. However, here, with the Turnberry deal, we have a measure, or a regulation, a proposed regulation, which is blatantly contravening WTO law. Yet, under the current doctrinal framework, there's no possible consideration of this blatant illegality under, by the ECJ. As rule of law is a union value, and particularly Article 3.5 TFEU requires not only the observance of international law, but the strict observance of international law, this, I think, poses a real problem, because the EU can just conclude a completely WTO illegal measure where no plausible justification is possible, yet there is no recourse to the ECJ. Hence, I would argue that we should abandon this doctrine and assess incompatibilities with EU law directly under Article 216.2 TFEU. Of course, we can not completely disregard the scope of maneuver concerns that the ECJ has mentioned, but this could be included by employing a deferential standard of review. At the very least, however, I would argue that we need to consider it a violation of EU law if a measure is blatantly justifying WTO law, meaning if a justification under WTO law is simply implausible. And I would think with the Turnberry deal, as we've established, there's no plausible justification. While it is unlikely that such a departure from the existing doctrine will happen anytime soon, I would therefore also propose a second option to basically achieve the same result, but this would be to derive a separate obligation not to blatantly contravene WTO law from the articles of the treaties I already mentioned, concretizing the rule of law commitments, and also Article 206 TFEU, which says, commits the European Union to continue trade liberalization. Again, also here, the scope of maneuver concern would lose its force, because in case of blatant violations, there is not really any scope of maneuver, they are just illegal. Hence, I would say that the current way WTO law is addressed under EU law is really unsustainable in times when the EU is blatantly violating WTO law. Now, where do we go from here? Not to only criticize the European Union, we have to say that during the legislative process, the Parliament did adopt many improvements within the proposed regulations. For example, the suspension clause was expanded, there was a safeguard mechanism included, and a sunset clause introduced in the regulation, all of which make a lot of sense. Still, a lot of questions remain open. The regulation is phrased very broadly in some terms, and it's not really clear what is included and what not. I would argue that beyond its blatant WTO illegality, it poses risks from an EU law perspective. Then we have the factual aspects that since the US imposed the IEEPA tariffs last year, those were struck down by the Supreme Court in the beginning of this year, and now the US has thought about new tariffs, Section 122, and now recently Section 301 tariffs based on alleged human rights violations. All of those might threaten the deal and lead the EU to suspend its application, the application of the regulation, that is. Also, I just want to highlight this without going further into detail. there are problems with this deal beyond the tariff part. I have now focused very much on the tariff part of the deal, but in it, the EU also commits to weaken the application of various of its policies, which is a whole separate issue for the consistency of EU law, if it commits internationally to weaken its own laws. In total, I would say that this is really a stress test for the EU's self-portrayal as a community of law. It should really stand firm here and continue to obey WTO law, despite all the pressures that it obviously faces from an international scene. I'm very much looking forward to your comments, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Robert. Our third and last speaker of this panel is Ovi Efri. He's a PhD candidate at Karoli Gaspar University in Budapest and is currently working at Indonesia's Financial and Development Supervisory Board. And yeah, his research mainly focuses on environmental law and climate litigation. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Guten Abend, Damen und Herren. Alles gut? Sorry about my German, just to make it easier for everyone. That's the only thing I know. So, first of all, thank you for the introduction. I'm so actually honored to be included into this conference because actually I'm not working in academics, I'm working as an auditor, so to be among these amazing speakers is very honor to me. So, yes, today I'm going to present my papers. It's about to green to compete, the EU security agenda is writing ESG. And sustainability law is about the omnibus one. So, let's start begins. So, for you, wait, I think it's okay. So, any one of you like who doesn't knows about omnibus one? I think it's very recently newly adapted, I think 3 months ago. It's a directive from the European Union, which is actually simplified the sustainability law to sustainability regulation in EU, CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and CSDDD, Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. Sorry, I'm really nervous. So, because of this omnibus ones, they trying to, the language itself is simplification, but unfortunately, if we read the whole directive, it's actually weakening the strength of the sustainability. Why I'm saying that? Because after the omnibus one, there is like some elements missing. I'm going to explain later. So what exactly the political behind this simplification? So, according to Budapest Declaration, as cited by this Draghi report, so the European, they have this competitiveness anxiety because EU used to be the leader of the economic growth in the past. Like, if you come to like 20 years ago, many EU companies actually listed in the top 500 global fortune, but unfortunately, it's not among top 5 anymore. Asia catch up, United States catch up, Asian catch up. So that's the reason why they want to be relax this called sustainability law. And because there is, this is actually according to SOMO reports, there is some lobbying, made by this ExxonMobil to weakening this CSDDD because they believe that this sustainability law, this CSDDD, is a red tape and also weakening competitiveness and also, in fact, that it's stop many investment toward established in the European Union. And also, the ExxonMobil threatening that they will like stop 20 billion investment if the EU does not revise the CSDD. That's according to Soho investigation. It's not me, okay? So maybe some of you like, why you care so much about this issue? You are not European. Well, we will go later. Actually, these issues impact more than European itself. When we're talking about supply chains, it's also affected the third world countries or developing nation. We'll go there. So why this topic is matters? First of all, I'm going to put positive and negative side. The positive side, the European, like I mentioned earlier, the European want to put their leadership underground like they used to be in the past, like 20 years ago. So they need to relax this sustainability law. And for the companies, by having this omnibus one, it will decreasing the potential. So this is actually dangerous because when we go to, when we see many climate litigation right now, usually they're using this CSDD and CS3D as a proof, as a regulation to pursue them to higher court. By weakening this regulation, it's make them safer for the future climate litigation in the future. So very smart actually. So for the word, the Brussels effect, we talk about Brussels effect, right? The Brussels effects, by having this, by softening the sustainability law, many regions like Asia or ASEAN, they will see, oh, the Europe already relaxed their sustainability law. It will affect them as well. And it's going to be dangerous for our climate targets and our efforts to reduce 1.5 degrees Celsius according to the Paris Agreement. So my research question and thesis is, how does this EU economic security agenda reshape the corporate sustainability obligations? And my thesis answer is, basically, Omnibus does not abandon sustainability, but actually it redefines. But I would say it's a very dangerous one because right now, sustainability does not mean protect the climate harm, but rather than to adjust to accommodate the economic security. So that's why the thesis, it's much more clear that the sustainability is changing, shift from the protection of climate harm into the economic security protection. So this is the original of ESG architecture. So the first, before the omnibus one, CSRD, so they have a standardized reporting. So companies who establish in European Union, also the supply chains companies, should make reporting regarding their, business activities, their impact to the environment, the human rights abuse, and so many other more. And CSDD is more further than that. They need to make a strategy how to mitigate, to prevent human rights abuse, climate harm. So this is actually good, actually. It's a global gold standard before the omnibus one. Many countries actually, support this and, copying this, not copying, like inspired by it. So this is what is dangerous, because when it's relaxed by deleting some of the elements, many countries, many regions in the world will inspire and copying the same. So let's see what Omnibus 1 changed. The first, I'm not going to explain. If you really want to see the technical, you can just read my paper. But I want to explain the most important one. It's about value chains. This is, so before this, the value chains, business partners, supply chains companies, and many should provide about their business activities when they market their products in the European Union. If you, I think to make it more clear, if you go to H&M, Primark, you will see that majority of the products is actually made in Vietnam, Indonesia, in China. So basically, if in the past, it's these supply chain companies listed their business activities. By Omnibus 1, basically they don't need it. We never know. Maybe we buy lots of good clothing, but the people who made this clothes, like what happened in Bangladesh, the whole building being crushing down, and lots of people dying in the fabric manufacturer. Let's say in China, there's a lot of prisoner being worked to make a souvenir, so we can buy it in many gift shop. And let's say in Indonesia, we have nickel, the lithium. Actually, 60% of lithium, your battery from your iPhone for electric vehicles, is from Indonesia, but you never know. And it's proven it's destroying the environment. It's a lot of indigenous people getting disease, and lots of animals like orangutan being destroyed their habitats because of this. So by having this Omnibus 1 changes, this kind of information, you won't see against, because basically they're limited, giving some restriction toward the information. So this is the political. This only value chains. And there's other 5 that probably I'm going to explain only 2. So this is the other one that I think matters to explain. So it's a climate transition plan. So before the omnibus one, companies should make their climate transition plans. What is it? So it's not only like ordinary information. It's just like you disclose all your business activities. Actually, you need to make strategy that your business align with the climate protection, climate Paris Agreement, net zero. So this is important because all nations, I think majority nation already signed the Paris Agreement that we need to stop the global warming 1.5 degrees Celsius in 2045. By deleting this mandatory, it means that they're not serious enough, to reach those targets. So this is the political situation in the name of economic security. That's why I call it when sustainability becomes adjustable. So it's very important to tell this message, right? Because sustainability is about mandatory to protect. Because when we're talking about target, we have to make sure that it's mandatory. When it's not adjustable, so it's not going to be easy to reach the target. So economic security as a driver is ESG reform, as I mentioned earlier, like in Budapest Declaration in 2024, according to the Draghi reports, like the usual business is not is no longer useful anymore. So the EU should like improve their relaxation regarding the sustainability law. That's the reason why they're using this reason, economic security. But to be honest with you, I think, in my perspective, we can achieve economic security without sacrificing the planets. Because believe it or not, we don't have any planet B. Because if we not really act now, basically we are destroying the future generation place to live. So I think that's the thing that we need to remember, because this is not about, this is something that we promise, everyone's promised that in Paris Agreement that we need to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius in 2045. And the private sector, the company, is actually one of the main contributor to the emission. I will show it later. So this is it. So the global leadership Brussels effect. So this is what I'm talking about. So when this happens, the Asia, the America, because the America is like the most relaxed. Asia, because this Brussels effect, they will follow, because they believe, the role model is already relaxed, their regulation, why should we copying them anymore? So it's dangerous when everyone, so this is why Brussels effect is very important, because the European Union has been role model for many regulation, like GDPR for the private privacy, the EU AI Act, and this one. And when it's changing into be more flexible, many region following it, and it's not really good for our climate targets and our plan to reach 1.5 degrees in 2045. And also the other important thing is future climate, corporate climate mitigation. So before the omnibus one, many energy companies, they were what is it, like the pursuit to higher court by using their report, CSDD report and CSRD report. They violate their promise, but by having this omnibus one, like they delete or the mandatory transition plan and also this value change information and many other changes, it will be difficult for grassroots, for the states, for the entities, or the NGOs to pursue these companies to the court, because they don't have any proof anymore, because the regulation itself is not mandatory. So this is the thing that we need to be a lot of political situation in here. So, okay, maybe you will ask, like, what's the proof that climate mitigation can reduce emission? I was showing you, this is actually emission trends from top 10 energy companies from 5 years. 2019-24, my source is from Sabin Center for Climate Change Law from Columbia University. So the first one is a Shell. So if you know the case Royal Shell versus Mille Defense in 2021, so the court, the Hague Court actually win the case for the NGOs, military defenses. So Royal Shell need to follow their report to reduce their emission 45% into 2030. And they're using their report. And believe it or not, 4 years after the verdict, the emission of Shell is crashing down entirely. Meanwhile, if you look at other Shell's competitors, they keep emission, they generate emission like stable or increasing. But Shell, because they already lose in the court, they reduce their business activities and eventually reduce their emissions. So it is. Climate litigation actually improves something, you know. So by having this omnibus one, it's create potential that these companies will basically expect freedom from this future potential climate litigation, defamation sue, in the future by like NGOs or states or like any other entities who want to pursue them to the higher court. So this is something that we need to think about. So my conclusion is this omnibus one is not only simple technical correction, but actually it's redefined what is the meaning of ESG law. And also because they're using the economic security as a legal justification. Well, it's not mine. If you read the Budapest Declaration, it's stated directly. They need to simplify it because they believe that the economic security. So any one of you like being, oh, it's only your assumption. No, it's you can read from the Budapest Declaration. And because of this, the climate litigation in the future may increase. And also sustainability now is defined, can be adjustable when it comes to economic security and also competitiveness and many more. And my final takeaway is it Europe too green to compete or too afraid to remain green? And I believe that prosperity without sustainability is something that I'm not going to endorse, because we cannot live in prosper when other people or other parties suffer for this climate harm. So I think it's very important for us to keep that sustainability about protecting the climate, to protect the environment and prevent the climate harm in the future. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. And yeah, now before our discussion round will start, the comment from Professor Dr. Marta Hailou will proceed. And yeah, she's an assistant professor at Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, and currently also holds a guest professorship at the chair of Professor Dr. Tietje. Yeah, her research mainly focuses on international investment law, international trade and sustainability issues, and on regional economic integration law, with a particular emphasis on African regionalism. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all the presenters for a very wonderful presentation that you've made. I'm not that much conversant with the EU law, so maybe my question may not be that much deep, and all of the issues that I would raise would be basically to have a good understanding for myself. So let me begin with Cornelia. It's a very interesting paper. I've tried to see like the approach that you have seen in terms of the multilateralism with the regionalism impact and so on. My first impression was like both you and Robert were presenting that the 10-Bay agreement, or yeah, I don't know whether I should call it agreement, is being somehow refuted by the domestic law of the US, whereas the EU is continuing implementation through different legislation. So what is the relevance of continuing this the implementation process within the EU while that is not the case with respect to the US? Another point that you mentioned about the MFN clause in your paper is introducing reciprocity in MFN. This has been done in one of the agreements in Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Area, it introduced this reciprocal kind of MFA. Then we bring it to the WTO, and then we have the US and the EU, who are the largest partners, trading partners in the world, and then they have this reciprocal MFN. Can we say that there is a sort of an action on the part of the states, a sort of structural shift on, or what is the relevance in terms of forming Customer International? Do we have the practice being put in place by the majority of trading nations and under the WTO? And then when you looked at the free trade agreements, which the European Union was concluding, or is concluding currently with different trade partners, specifically with regard to the TSD chapters, yes, it's the name since 2021, you said assertive, sustainable kind of thing, the motto. But then there's a difference when it comes to, developed countries, and the agreement is with a developing country. So sort of you've also mentioned it a couple of times in your presentation that it's going to be sort of an agreement with like-minded nations. So can we say that this assertive sustainability model that was designed was structurally flawed from the very beginning, because it's not working with every country? And then again, on the India FTA 1, what do you think would be the systematic risk? Like, it excluded the TSD as all from the FTA agreement. So what would happen? Like, next time when the EU is negotiating with an African country, would it be used as a precedent, or by another developing country? So what do you, just to get your reflection on that. On the EU-Mercosur agreement, partnership agreement, you are referring to the essential element, in the Paris Agreement in good faith, remaining there, and so on. I was just wondering, what would be the legal solution that the EU will have if a Mercosur member state fails to meet its nationally determined contribution obligation under the Paris Agreement? Probably the last and a more of a broader question would be, you've said that it's time to change the motto. If you are given the opportunity to design the new motto for the EU, what would it be? And for Robert, I'm very much impressed with your paper. I find it very informative. I learned a lot from your paper. Thank you very much. But again, I have probably two questions for you. One is the one I've already mentioned in terms of the legal realism, the legality versus realism on the ground. And then I was also considering, like, in terms of coming up with a sort of a counter-argument. Both of you are mentioning Article 24 not being observed by the Turnberry Agreement. Can we think of a different way of looking at the issue, meaning the US capping the tariff 15% and with having what do you call it, stacking, no stacking, and 15%. So it's like you have a sort of a managed standstill. Is there any way we can replace the requirements under argue to replace the requirements under the substantial all trade requirement the tariff liberalization argument under Article 24, that we're not, there's no increase, there's no stacking of tariff, so we're dealing with a managed standstill in regard to the tariff. So it's just a thought, one. And the other one is on the temporal scope of Article 21. When do you think should a state or the EU raise a security concern, national security? Should it really be in war? Because it seems that what the justification from the EU side, I understand, is we need to get the future security. But how future? Like today in the afternoon could also be future. Isn't it that kind of scenario that we had? So that's my question for you. And Obi, I have a couple of questions. One on the methodology. You said that in your paper it says that you're using qualitative doctrinal approach. I was just wondering, how are you going to prove constitutional transformation using a qualitative doctrinal approach, if you just reflect on that. And the other is on the Brussels effect paradox. You seem to view that these strict laws would be accepted by everyone, and it will lead to unification, sort of similar laws being adopted across the globe. But if what is proposed by the EU is very rigid, overly rigid, the impact would be that businesses would stop would stop doing business with the EU. They would be decoupled with the European market. Because I'm saying that from some couple of years ago, I was involved in a research on the EUDR impact on Ethiopian businesses. The EUDR, it has also sustainability provision or requirement there. We were also looking into the CS3Ds. And then the replies that we were getting from the businesses were, they are nowhere ready to comply with what was required back then. So many of them were saying that, well, we'll go somewhere else. The major product was coffee, and almost 30% of the coffee exported from Ethiopia comes to Europe, and majority of it is here in Germany. So the company's responses, the producers, the farm holders' responses was that the requirement, one, it doesn't take into account the reality on the ground in poor countries where farmland is somehow a small kind of thing. So they were saying that we'll export our products to new markets, to Asian markets, because coffee is getting somehow recognition, and consumption amount was rising in the Asian countries. So that means the companies will pull out from the EU market. Then that means what's the point? Instead of that, wouldn't having a sort of a flexible, less stringent rules would help to realize the Brussels effect, actually. The other one is on the transformational and informational distinction that you're trying to make in the paper. The fact that the previous one requires too much information, they have to declare those informations. But like in terms of making the companies to focus on their internal organization to make them more strong, wouldn't it be better to have small information disclosure requirement so that they can focus on that instead of just checking, a box of, I have complied with this, I complied with that. So I feel like there was some kind of contradiction in your argument when you were criticizing the new the omnibus legislation in respect of the transformational and informational perspective. And then my last question is, you are saying the omnibus legislation is it's a sort of, it raises a legitimacy concern. I think it's also shared by Robert. It's a sort, but you're specifically saying that it raises a legitimacy concern, so it's going to be an inherent risk or inherent threat to the rule of law. But again, where do we draw the line between the legislation being efficient for efficient for businesses and being a sort of an illegitimate or an illegal way of deliberative tool. These are my questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martha. Yeah, is there already a first question?
Thank you. Wolfgang Weisch, Bayer University. I particularly address the presentation by Robert Richter. There were some ideas or questions which I have in mind, more a comment maybe, which, first of all, it's very interesting. Yeah, what do we do with the implementation of the Turnberry deal by the EU legislator? We know it's apparently WTO non-compliant. So one would easily say, okay, then it cannot further exist as a EU legislative instrument that does not comply with EU constitutional law. Well, we have to look closer to this. First of all, procedurally, yes, I don't know whether you have come across that. There's a new EU institutional agreement between Commission and European Parliament, which also has a very brief sentence that the EU rights, the Parliament's rights of being informed before negotiation starts on non-binding instruments apply also in the same way as to binding instruments. This is a new, I think it's paragraph 31 now, which did not exist in the previous version. So it would be interesting to see whether this has been followed this time. I don't know. I don't know whether the Commission had informed the Parliament. Well, actually, one was aware that Trump and the EU Commission will do something there in Scotland. Yeah, it was somehow in the books that this could happen. Well, but now closer to the EU constitutional legal aspect. Of course, we have this obligation of strict compliance with international law. But the European Court of Justice makes a little bit of an exemption when it comes to EU autonomy. And part of the EU autonomy is the full and free function of the EU legislative. And we have now legislative acts where one could say, well, this is an issue of external trade, and we have different objectives in EU external action. So maybe the legislative in the EU is in a good position to balance different aims and objectives to see WTO compliance is just one of that. It has to be balanced maybe against other issues of, well, security, defense. So that could offer a leeway out of this, or a loophole out of this dilemma that we, on the other one hand, say we have to respect international law. On the other hand, the legislative act does not do that to the fullest extent, but the Court of Justice might find a way out of that problem. Yeah, that's my idea on that. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, would you like to answer? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comment. I have no doubt that the ECJ will find a way out of this dilemma and not the way that I proposed. They are very creative in that regard. But the question I want to pose is that really in the sense of the spirit of the treaties? And I would say if we have the strict observance to international law, I understand that the ECJ cannot do its own interpretation of international law. The WTO appellate body or the panels have the say on that. But if we have really a regulation that is so clearly not in compliance with WTO law, I think there's a real tension here between this regulation and the text of the treaty. And I would say then at least modify the treaty to exclude the strict compliance to international law, because otherwise we have I think this would lose its meaning. And therefore I would say that I understand, and I'm sure that there is an argumentative way out of that, but I don't think that is that really resolves the tension that we have here. In other cases, I would agree that there is, of course, often compliance with international law, WTO law and other international law can be disputed in many ways, and you can argue about it. So, and of course that different interpretations can be considered by the ECJ, and it should probably also say that it's possible that it is legal, and therefore we will not declare this act as illegal. But if it's, I think here we really have a case where it's very clearly not in compliance, and I think this tension is a real issue, and I just basically wanted to highlight that this is a kind of also a new issue, I would say, because I don't, or at least I don't recall that there has been such a clear violation without any attempt of plausible justification of WTO law. As I just have the microphone, I would address also the comments made by Marta. You mentioned the legality versus realism and the question whether all of this even matters if the US imposes new tariffs. And of course, I totally agree. This whole thing might be suspended immediately if the US imposes new tariffs, and the then could be suspended. I mean, the Article 3 of the final regulation text includes quite broad language on which this regulation can be suspended again, or the commitments made by the EU can be suspended. And I think it's very much possible that it will. Of course, we never know what happens in the US. It's so unpredictable. So I think the sign or the intention behind this is really to show goodwill and to show that the EU is willing at least to honor the commitments it has made under the Turnberry deal. Whether this means anything to the US, I mean, who knows? It might not. Then on your point that the commitment of not having tariff stacking is a liberalization in itself. If I understood that correctly, you mean that because the US says we will not stack the tariffs rate, we have a liberalization, and therefore we could argue that it is a liberalization of substantially all the trade. I think it's an interesting thought, but I would still say raising a tariff to call that a liberalization is really stretching this beyond the meaning of the word, I would say. Therefore, I think it's interesting, but and I have not thought about it before. But I think it's unlikely to that this would really fall within this requirement. And finally, on the security concern, which might be a future security concern, well, Article 21 clearly says in times of an essential emergency in international relations. So this really limits the scope just from the text of having a future emergency. I think in times of is a very clear indicator that you cannot justify future emergencies here. I think it's also another argument why Article 21 cannot justify this beyond the ones that I've already mentioned, because if you were to construct an emergency in international relations between, let's say, the EU and any other country, then it would have to be in the future, right? So this really doesn't work, and I think future concerns just the text of the agreement just limits the scope here. Maybe if you also to the.
Yeah. So thanks for the comments. They are indeed very pertinent. Some of them I addressed them in the paper. Some you just gave me a food for thought. So first of all, the Turnberry deal has not been completely refuted by the U.S., but there has been certain indication that it might happen in the future. But as well as with your question, with respect to your question, in case of the FTA, TSD, and the systemic implication of potential other agreements following the same approach, this is also the case here. So regardless of the fate of the Turnberry deal, it sets a precedent. So I think it actually invites others to engage in similar conduct. It invites others to invoke potentially Article 21 because there is an emergency in international law. So it clearly represents a systemic risk. Not to say that it's only illegal, it also clearly indicates that the EU is willing to renounce, as I said, some of its value, be it sustainability or multilateralism. Introducing reciprocity in MFN and whether that's a structural shift and whether it could be perceived as new practice. Even if some might try to interpret it as a new practice, the purpose of tying MFN to reciprocity is clearly aimed as to counter actions of big economic powers like China. And while we have countries like the US and EU clearly wanting to change the MFN, of course, on the other side, we have China, potentially other countries, Brazil, India, smaller developing countries that do not want to tie MFN to reciprocity. The argument being that the EU, US, they have increasingly opened their markets and others have not done so. And of course that other parties do not want to do so. And as I already said, for subsequent practice under international law, there should be at least agreement, even if not explicit consent, at least acceptance that this is the agreed practice, which is clearly not the case. Whether the developed approach followed in FTA's TSD differs and whether it was initially flawed, I think initially the purpose was especially to provide an assertive enforcement approach in case of FTA with developing countries, because with countries that are all developed and already have in place certain mechanisms that ensure that they effectively protect, for example, I don't know, like climate, they don't really need this mechanism. So the mechanisms that are there were especially designed for countries that could deviate from their Paris commitments, for example. And we see that the EU simply backtracked. So the question, I think, it's rather what is the value in including this mechanism in countries that anyway follow their commitments? So potentially it was initially flawed, but the intention, I think, was to follow with a unique approach towards all partners. Of course, the context changed completely, and the EU now is looking towards forming new partnerships, like India or Mercosur countries in the wake of the geopolitical tensions with the US. Whether there will be any means to actually make partners, FTA partners, follow their commitments under the Paris Agreement, as for example in case of the Mercosur Agreement, that if it doesn't have an essential elements clause. I don't think there are right now, although there could be arguments under general international law to argue that it still was an essential element. The EU, even now, would try to argue that the agreement as it stands also could be interpreted as covering in implementation, because it says good faith, and it could also be good faith not only to the remaining a party, but might also mean that just remaining a party without implementing is not in good faith. So there could be a space for a broader interpretation, but this interpretation is clearly not supported by the other party. With respect to a new motto, I do think that it does not reflect the current reality. I do not support many of these initiatives, but if I were the Commission, I would frame the new motto maybe in terms of economic security, since it tries to argue and justify that it's for the sake of security, and something about forming new partnerships. But it definitely is not something that I back. But if I were the Commission, I would do so. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Martha, for the comments. So I'm going to respond or answering the comments that you give. So about the methodology, I'm using actually doctrinal legal analysis when I'm using empirical from Sabin Center from the Columbia Law University, where I'm proving how the climate litigation actually improving the trend emissions. That's maybe I put in the paper. The second one is about the omnibus one. I just really want to clarify. This is not like a suggestion. It's actually already legislated and implemented 3 months ago. Actually, it's newly, so I understand some of you are unaware about this. And about the third one, about the competitiveness awareness, when you say that if Europe cannot relax the regulation, we will go somewhere in Asia. I think we can go back to the theory of race to the bottom, where everyone competes, but in the end, everyone destroys to each other. And this is the problem, actually, when we think benefits over people and planet. And this is not about, opinion, because we already commit to, to reduce the emissions 1.5 degrees in Paris Agreement. So it's not only like a suggestion, it's a commitment that many states signed, and they commit regarding the technical how to reduce the emission. One of them actually CRD and CSDDD, it's the further effort by Paris Agreement. Before Paris Agreement, actually this haven't got yet. So after the Paris Agreement, they're creating this to increasing the effort to reducing the global warming 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I think in the same times, we should believe that sustainability, the protection of our planet is more important, just my opinion, but over benefits. And I think prosperity over destroying the planet, it's not something that I'm not recommend. And I believe that some of you will agree with that. And also about the flexibility, about simplification. The Omnibus one, actually the language of Omnibus one, it says simplification. But if you read the whole directive, it's actually more than that. The Omnibus deleting or avoiding the climate transition plan. Actually, if I'm a director of the company, I think creating the climate transition plan is not that difficult. It's not that burdensome. But why you don't want to create that is something political tension. Maybe you don't want to commit to make sure that your corporate strategy in line with the climate target zero net and Paris Agreement, as stated, many countries agree upon 1.5 degrees in 2045. And I think it's more than just flexibility and simplification. There is some, a race to the bottom where everyone want to be rich over each other. And I think the last one is about the internal information that can keep it, let's say the human rights abuse. I think there is some UN principle guidelines, how about the business should also respect the environment, the business line. So each business should respect these two principles. But how? Of course, by disclosing what they do in their sustainability reports. And I think that's the reason why CSDD and CSRD trying to push this company. You have to put all information regarding your business activities and what do you do to prevent the climate harm and the human rights. Unfortunately, the Omnibus one trying to reducing this obligation of sustainability law. So it's just more than simplification. I think if just paperwork, it's probably fine. It's true, less paperwork would be good by business, but if more than that, reducing the strengthening of sustainability law by erasing or deleting the climate transition plans, the value change obligation regarding the partner business, I think it's not that difficult. I think even before the Omnibus one, many companies are already creating this and no problem at all. But they want more. They want more by deleting this obligation. And I don't think it's in line with our target, our commitment to reduce the global warming 1.5 degrees in 2045. I think that's my response. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a question.
So thank you all for your presentations. This was very interesting. and educational for me. I have a comment for Robert, and then I have a question for you, Cornelia. So as to my comment, I thought it was very interesting to see now somebody come at the EU and sort of the Court of Justice in terms of compatibility review from the World Trade Organization side, because I've in the past looked at that from the environmental sphere, particularly as a question of the Aarhus Convention and the EU's compliance with that convention. And there, what you find is that the compliance committee of that international agreement has for years held that the EU is not complying with the obligations under that convention. And the EU has taken twists and turns to kind of try and argue that, hey, actually it's fine and we can't influence the case law of the Court of Justice because it's an independent institution. And the Court of Justice has kind of not really cared. And there, really, the very strict conditions for reviewing the compatibility of EU law with international law have hampered greatly any attempt to argue before the court that actually you are not complying with international law. So in that sense, I fully endorse your suggestions for how we should turn the table around, but I also agree with you in that the court will probably not heed. But there, again, we did eventually, through political and other kinds of pressure, get an amendment to the implementing legislation at EU level. So that might be, again, a more viable option and of interest to you. As for my question to Cornelia, I was wondering, now that you mentioned the issue of good faith staying a party in the Paris Agreement and its sort of interpretation, are you familiar with the advisory opinion on climate change that the International Court of Justice issued? And I was wondering whether your take on or what would be your take on the influence of that advisory opinion in interpreting potentially that clause, should it ever come to it?
So if you refer to the recent opinion and Article 31(3)(c) of the VCLT, Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaty? No?
No, just generally kind of if you were to use the advisory opinion to interpret what good faith means in that context of the Mercosur.
Well, yeah, it could be. I mean, good faith interpretation, when what good faith could mean, it could also be not only from the ICJ perspective, there's also a vast jurisprudence from the WTO perspective how good faith is to be interpreted. For example, good faith has been interpreted in the wake of Article 21, arguing that it means that it's not subject to complete deference to what parties perceive as being a security issue, an emergency in international law. So potentially there could be an interpretation, a broad interpretation of what good faith means in order to cover also the implementation. And we have seen in multiple instances dispute settlement bodies trying to compensate for what is missing in the agreement. And of course that could be the case, but considering the fact that there is only a mechanism that is cooperative in the EU-Mercosur agreement, this means that even if there was a panel of experts, that panel of experts would be an expert from the EU, an expert nominated by the Mercosur country, and a third one. That already lowers the standard. Even if they would were to adopt that panel of experts a report, that report wouldn't be binding for the parties. It would only have the value of like a guiding value for the parties to reach a separate agreement. So even if it were, which there is a chance, what would be the actual impact? I would say it's low, but also I think the actual risk is also low for the EU. I mean, that if there would actually be for the chance for the EU to use the mechanism. Of course, it's a different question, but I think the most important aspect is actually the systemic the systemic effect, the mere fact that the EU is ready to, in some instances, to simply say that remaining apart in good faith is fine, and in EU, India completely like omitting this part, it simply shows that when analyzed together that this might not be of a primary interest for the EU. Even if in case of the Mercosur, good faith could be interpreted broader. If you look at the broader picture, I don't think it's that important.
Yeah, I don't think I have to answer. It was just a comment, so but I can. I mean, I just would say I agree. But one thing maybe to add is, of course, I'm not that familiar with environmental law and what you mentioned. But of course, it always matters how legalized, let's say, the international law there is, how strict the commitments are. If there are rules that really allow a lot of flexibility, I think there is an argument for not striking them down at the ECJ if they are very vague. But I think here we have WTO law sometimes can also be very vague, but here we really have a case where I would say this does not hold as an argument, just as a quick comment.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
I have one question for Cornelia, because just now when you were talking about voluntary agreement under GATT Article 24, you were mentioning that the Turnberry deal may not be voluntary, but surrender or coercion. So I want to know from your perspective, do you think this shows a legal constraint of the European Union, or is EU's unwillingness to act assertively against the US because it's a powerful country? So what's your perspective? I'm very curious to know.
Yeah, first of all, as I said, it's very interesting to see that this expression, voluntary agreement, is only can be found only in Article 24.4, which it's only setting the purpose of the entire Article 24, so it's per se not an obligation. So the question, what is actually the meaning of this expression, is very vague. There is no WTO jurisprudence that would establish this as a separate condition, that there will have to be a voluntary agreement to qualify as an FTA. We could also look into, of course, public international law rules, Vienna Convention rules on the law of treaty, saying that if there is a coercion exercise, that could affect the legality of the treaty itself. But then again, I was wondering if the Vienna Convention on the law of treaty rules apply to the Turnberry deal, since article, if I remember correctly, it's Article 1 that says the scope of coverage of the VCLT, and it does not cover non-binding agreements. But let's suppose that there would be a WTO jurisprudence that would say that voluntary agreement, the expression of Article 24, influences the interpretation of Article 24.5 or 24.8b. And it would be actually an extra additional condition than those already established by the Turkey textiles jurisprudence, an appellate body dispute. In that case, potentially it could show that there was a certain degree of coercion, but then we come to the question whether there was economic coercion or not. I doubt that there would be anyone actually willing to discuss or to somehow interpret in that case. Whether I see, why I wanted to mention this, it's because it shows that the EU chose the path to defy its commitment to multilateralism, and at the same time to backtrack from its promise to act more assertively. Because it could at the same time respect its commitment to multilateralism and also show that it's willing to act more assertively in defending its trade interests against a very powerful state. So the Turnberry deal itself shows that the EU, it's not open nor assertive. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think we are pretty much perfectly on time. So if there are like no really important questions, I would call it a day actually. Yeah. So thank you very much to our second panel. I think it was a really interesting discussion as well. And thank you for everyone who participated today and engaged in our discussions and so on. Yeah, before everyone's going to leave, just one or 2 quick notes. It would be great if you could put your like dirty dishes like just outside, so we can like sort them and put them into the kitchen. And yeah, all speakers and commentators, we are going to the Brauhaus, which is quite close to the campus. And